I'd like to call the Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting for November 10th, 2022 to order. I have a little housekeeping to do first. Mr. Forehand has contacted me and would like to participate in this meeting via Zoom because of medical reasons. So I'd ask that we take a motion to approve Mr. Forehand's participation in the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
There's a meeting and a proper second that Mr. Forehand be allowed to participate via Zoom. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
we next do the Pledge of Allegiance and then prayer. Could I ask the board's indulgence and ask Mr. Milton Bush, since he has appeared in his uniform, if he would lead the board in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance, okay. All right. We all stand for the invocation. Eternal God, our Father, once again we come before you, asking for your blessings. Heavenly Father, we give thanks to you just for all the blessings that you've bestowed upon us as we go through the daily trials and tribulations. Asking for comfort, oh Heavenly Father, for the Taylor family as they go through their hours of bereavement. Heavenly Father, continue to bless us, those who have sickness and afflictions, asking you to put your hand on them and give us a special blessing. Tonight, Heavenly Father, we ask that you bless us as we honor our veterans for their service to this United States of America. We give all thanks, all blessings to you. In your precious name we say, amen. Amen. Mr. Bush, would you lead us in Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors and administrative staff and visitors, friends. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let us repeat after me.
I pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Opening board comments. I would go ahead. Tonight, all board members are present with Mr. Forehand being in a Zoom call with us. To my far right is Mr. Jeff Black from Western Carolina. To my right is Mr. Jeff Seeley from Bowling Green. To my far left, Mr. Floyd Thomas from the Mattaponi. To my left is Miss Nancy Long. She's from Port Royal, and I'm Reggie Underwood from Reedy Church District. Yes, sir. Okay. He has not joined? Or is he going to join or not join? Well, we made it available to him to join, so we'll continue. Okay, so, all right. If he joins and you see that, then just let me know. Okay, thank you. Opening board comments, Mr. Bly.
Yeah, just first of all, wish Mr. Forehand a speedy recovery with his medical situation. I do want to also had an opportunity, I guess, a couple of weeks ago. I was invited by an organization here that I knew very little about. It's in Ladysmith, called Pause for Purple Hearts, and they actually invited me to speak at a dog graduation. And can't say I've ever spoken at a dog graduation before. It was quite touching. What they do is absolutely incredible. They train dogs for 2 years to give to members, service members who need a service dog. So veterans who need a service dog. So it was really, really fascinating. There was a veteran from Alaska. It was a dog that had been trained in San Diego. There was a veteran there from St. Louis, from Richmond, and they got service dogs. And those dogs have to know 101 different commands. So if you're in the audience and you ever get an opportunity to stop by, and it's really incredible what they do in the foster families. It was quite moving because these foster families are raising the dogs for a couple of years, and then they at the graduation they pass the lease off to the veterans. So it's a bittersweet event. Probably not a dry eye in the whole place, but it's very very powerful. So if you ever get an opportunity to stop by and see them, it's something that's really a highlight of this county that I knew very little about. So thank you to that. I also I'm sure many of you have heard my planning commission member. He had to resign due to medical issues. So I would just like all of us to kind of keep us or keep him in our thoughts and prayers. Scott he is just an excellent, excellent human being. And I'm glad that I had him on the planning commission and just did a great job. He's got a very successful wedding venue out there in Childsburg area. So I can't say enough positive things about him. So we really do wish him the best. I do want to thank all the constituents I saw at the polls yesterday, or I'm sorry, on Tuesday. It was a long day, but it was really, really neat to be able to see the constituents and hand them a newsletter and talk to them about county stuff. So I always look forward to that day. And finally, and probably the most important thing, is we're celebrating Mr. Thomas had come up with this idea, and it's a really good one. And we have several veterans in the audience, and I can't thank you guys enough, ladies and gentlemen, for what you've done for this country. I had my two grandfathers were in World War II. One served in the Pacific in the U.S. Army as a medic, and my other grandfather, my mom's dad, was in the U.S. First Division and was at Normandy. So I wish I could do anything to go back and learn their whole stories, because it's incredible what they did. I have a lot of their war memorabilia, but just to be able to talk to them and would be just incredible. So thank you for all your service, and that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Seeley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to wish all our Marine Corps brethren a happy birthday for 247 years. With that, Veterans Day celebration, excuse me, is tomorrow, and we've moved it. It's traditionally on the courthouse lawn, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but we have moved it into Town Hall due to the weather that's coming in. I want to thank the Mayor, Mark Gaines, for helping facilitate that on short notice. The town's been very gracious to get everything set up, so tomorrow we're ready to go in Town Hall. It's 11/11 at 11, 11th month, 11th day at the 11th hour, and look forward to everybody coming. I want to bring note to the courthouse lawn and the renovation. I've had a lot of comments. The two trees that we cut were already in very bad shape, and one of them was actually wired together. They were trees not indigenous to this region, so the arborist was actually surprised that they'd lived about between 120 and 130 years. We're going back with trees that will be that large. You'll see the stakes in the circle on either side of the sidewalk. We've also replaced some of the broken sidewalks that have been issues for a long time. And we're planting additional trees, so if everybody will just be patient, we will get this. The county staff is working diligently with a couple of contractors to get this done, but I think everybody will be proud when it's complete. And those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Mrs. Long?
I would just add my thank you to all those who serve this country, and not just in uniform, but all that support staff. I know a lot of us have parents who work for the military. My mother worked at Quantico as a secretary for years. My father is a maintenance person. It takes all of us to make this country work and to protect our choice and our freedoms. So thank all of you who serve and support. I miss having our in-house Marine here tonight, but it is the actual birthday, so he is not here. I came toting a picture of my son and his birthday celebration. He's stationed in Okinawa right now, so they celebrated yesterday to show Kevin, but he's not here tonight. So Kevin, come see me this week and I'll show you the picture. But just thank you for being here on this night. Try to make it to some celebration tomorrow to support all our service people. You know, a lot of times you don't know. You walk down the street and they carry it with them. They carry their experiences, be they plumbers or carpenters or teachers or if they're still career military. But just remember to be kind to one another and to appreciate one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Mr. Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of brief comments again to express sympathy to Mr. Taylor and his family. He lost his mother, who was 99 years old, and even though I know personally, even though you know it's coming, even when it comes, you're never ready for it. So we extend our sympathies to him. I believe the service is in Fredericksburg on Saturday. And also another request for prayers. Former Supervisor Akers is in poor health now, and I'd ask the board and the rest of the community to say a prayer for him. He served the county a long time, so we'd like to do that. Mrs. Long mentioned Mr. Whiteman, and it's funny, he's always here. Actually, we know when he's here because we can always hear him, because he's a Marine who was in the artillery. So if you can imagine a loud Marine, that's Mr. Whiteman. I spoke to him Monday to ask to make sure he was going to be here. And unfortunately, he said he would not be here because he is going to celebrate the Marine Corps birthday with 3 Marines who were at Quezon in 1968. And I know there's some people in the audience that know Quezon in 1968 was not a good place to be for at least 3 months. It was one of the longest sieges of the Vietnam War, and those men fought hard for a long time just to stay alive. So it's great that he's getting to celebrate with some survivors of that event, and you know, I wish him the best. I do have another comment that I'm going to reserve for closing board comments, and that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I just have just a couple. Certainly, I also want to express my condolences to the Taylor family. Calvin's a good friend, and his mother, I'm certainly, she's been the rock. That's what he usually always talks about most of the time. So she's been a rock for him, and she'll be sorely missed by the Taylor family. Certainly our prayers go to Mr. Akers. You know, we oftentimes don't really take the time to celebrate Veterans Day like we should. But every time you walk by a flag, you ought to take just a moment, because it hasn't been an easy trip, hasn't been an easy ride, hasn't been easy. And yet we find ourselves here in 2022 still fighting for democracy. It's not easy. And my dad was a World War I veteran. My dad served in 1917, my dad. So I listened to his stories and I understood what he went through as a soldier and as a citizen of the United States. And we stand here together celebrating the flag, fighting for democracy still. Let us not forget that we are fighting a good fight. Many lives have been lost, and we should respect that every day that God gives us breath. Those are my comments. Amendments to the agenda, Mr. Black?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Seeley?
No, sir.
Mrs. Long?
No, sir.
Mr. Thomas? I have 2 amendments that I'd like to add to the agenda if I could. First, I'd like to add Ms. Beth Curran under presentations to discuss extending the deadline for our December tax date. And secondly, I think that's the only one. I'm sorry, I need to remove the minutes from the agenda under consent agenda. So I need those 2 removal of the minutes and adding Ms. Curran to the presentations. If I can get a motion, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, we adopt the agenda as amended.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a proper second that we accept the agenda as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next on the agenda is the honoring of our Caroline County Veterans of the United States Armed Forces, and I'm going to ask Mr. Thomas, ask Mr. Thomas to lead the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If first of all, if I could ask all the veterans in the audience if they could just raise their hand, just so I could get a kind of quick count. All right, that's less than 20. That's less than 20. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Underwood has asked me to do a couple of things. One is to read a history of Veterans Day. And first of all, I want to take the liberty of saying thank you to all of you who served. I turned 18 the year they stopped the draft back in the 70s, so I never had an opportunity to serve. But as others have said, my father served in World War II and my grandfather served in World War I. So the respect of the service was drilled into me from a very small age. So I will start with the history of Veterans Day. And as most of you know, it goes back 104 years to 1918 when World War I ended on November 11th at 11 a.m. As Mr. Celia said, the 11th day of the 11th month at the 11th hour was when the ceasefire or armistice between the Allied nations and Germany went into effect. November 11th, 1918 was the end of what they called the war to end all wars. In November of 1918, President Wilson proclaimed November 11th as the first commemoration of Armistice Day. And to paraphrase his words, he said, "To us in America, the reflections of Armistice Day will be filled with solemn pride in the heroism of those in the country's service and with gratitude for victory." In 1954, after World War II and the Korean conflict, with the urging of veteran service organizations, Congress amended that original legislation by striking out the words armistice and inserting in its place the words Veterans Day. With that change, November 11th became a day to honor American veterans of all wars. Later that year, President Dwight D. Eisenhower issued the first Veterans Day proclamation, which stated, in order to ensure proper and widespread observance of this anniversary, all veterans organizations, and the entire citizenry will wish to join hands in the common purpose. In 1968, however, when three-day weekends for federal employees were legislated, the first Veterans Day under this new law was observed with much confusion on October 25th, 1971. In September of 1975, President Gerald Ford stated that the commemoration of the day was a matter of historic and patriotic significance to a greater number of our citizens, and so signed Public Law 9497, which returned the annual observance of Veterans Day to its original date of November 11th, beginning in 1978. The restoration of Observance Day to November 11th not only preserves the historical significance of the date, but helps focus attention on the important purpose of Veterans Day, a celebration to honor Americans' veterans for their patriotism, love of country, willingness to serve and sacrifice for the common good. On behalf of all of us, to those in attendance and those listening, I said thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Seeley.
I am going to read a resolution of appreciation for the Caroline County Veterans of the United States Armed Forces. Whereas the United States of America will celebrate Veterans Day on November 11th, 2022 in recognition of the tens of millions of Americans who have served in the armed forces during our country's history. And whereas the contributions and sacrifices of the men and the women who served in the armed forces have been vital to maintaining the freedom and the way of life enjoyed by the people of the United States. And whereas Americans owe a great debt of gratitude to those who have worn the uniform in times of peace and war. And whereas Caroline County is fortunate to have within its ranks numerous citizens who are veterans of the United States Armed Forces. And whereas Caroline County wishes to honor these veterans, thank them for their service, and let them know that their important contributions to our well-being, prosperity, and security have not been forgotten. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby extends its sincere appreciation and gratitude to the citizens of Caroline County who are veterans of the United States Armed Forces, and calls upon all citizens of the county to recognize and honor the valor and sacrifices of the veterans living amongst us. Adopted this 10th day of November 2022, Charles M. Cully, Clerk Board, Reginald Underwood, Chairman.
But have you,
Put them down.
have you give the,
Okay.
if you see me struggling a little bit to get up, I just had knee surgery, so it's still very painful. It's only been a couple weeks, so a new experience and one that'll allow me to play a little more golf. So it's worth it. At this time, I'm going to ask the veterans to come down.
Ask each one to come
Yeah,
down.
each one come down if you would. State your name
And tell us what branch. of
and
service
tell us
you
what
in.
branch of service, and then we have a resolution for each veteran. What's that? Oh, you have a Bible? Okay. Is a person here? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Absolutely. What's that? I can't go down. Like, yes, sir.
Brian Farmer, United States Marine Corps.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer.
99 to 2000.
All right.
David Webb, United States Army, 6971.
Thank you for your service.
Mark Gaines, I was in the Air Force from 79 to 89.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Frankie Chapman, July 25th, 1961 to July 25th, 1987, U.S. Army.
Thank you for your service.
David Breeden, United States Navy, Chief Petty Officer, retired, 1980 to 2000.
Thank you for your service.
Tony Maida, United States Marine Corps, 1966, 1969.
Thank you for your service.
Greg Sowage, United States Army, 1966 to 1995.
Thank you for your service.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I accept this proclamation or this award, I like to apologize for the gap that I had. I don't generally have a gap. Mr. Thomas threw me off. He threw me off guard. I was not planning to come here and recite the Pledge of Allegiance because I know I'm always have been a talker. In other words, you would have to shut me up. But I don't know, my mind just went blank, and I want to apologize because that's not me. That's not me. But I went into the military in 1965, and I was in it for 30 years. I retired as a master sergeant. I was supposed to have been a sergeant major, but I didn't make it there. But because they had mandatory service during that particular time. But thank God I'm here, standing above ground, and I can accept this award.
Thank you for your service, Mr. Bush.
Let me do another one. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I think I'm the last one. Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Underwood.
Good evening, sir.
Travis Nutter, Marine Corps, 1995 to 1999.
Thank you for your service. Yeah, I know. You saved it. Now our resident veteran.
As you all know, my name is Jeff Seeley. I'm on the Caroline County Board of Supervisors. Served in the United States Navy from October 1977 to October 1983, and 4 years in the reserves from 88 to 92.
Thank you for your service. Yeah. A couple members of the board have asked that we take just a moment to highlight a couple of our veterans. And as they're coming back, I'm going to ask Mr. Black.
Oh, you want first?
Because I asked Mr. Thomas then to highlight.
Thank you.
A couple of veterans, please.
All right. Again, I wanted to thank all the veterans who are here. This is the first time the county's ever tried to do something like this, and I think it was a good effort, and we're going to keep trying again, I hope, and just make it better. And I know many of the folks in the service never really speak of their service or their time in war, and I know it's a pain that some still have and the sacrifice that they went through, but we have in the county groups like the Fallen Outdoors, Leashes of Valor, Wounded Warriors that are hopefully here to help. And I wanted to recognize a couple of people that we have. We talked about Mr. Bush for his 30-some years in the service. I've got a young lady, Karen Henderson, who is a disabled veteran who couldn't attend.
There she is.
Who couldn't attend, who was watching via YouTube, but has shown up. So thank you. I will make sure I walk out to you and give you a resolution too.
Thank you.
But we wanted to say thank you for your service. There's a couple of other things. Mr. Chapman, who came down and spoke, has a vehicle that he drives around with Bronze Star tags. And in seeing his tag on a regular basis, it made me think of we should honor these people. I tried to find a Congressional Medal of Honor winner here to make sure we could highlight that, or a Silver Star winner. I found a Silver Star winner, but that was awarded posthumously. And we have all these Bronze Star Award winners. So I wanted to highlight one, and where I've known Mr. Chapman for my whole life, I've also known this other person for my whole life. So if you will bear with me, I'd like to read something that came from the Department of Army, headquarters of the AmeriCall Division, and it was dated April 1970. Theater was Republic of Vietnam. This is a Bronze Star Medal with the V for Valor. And for heroism in connection with ground operations against the hostile force in the Republic of Vietnam, Specialist 4, David Ware, if you would stand, distinguished himself with exceptional, valorous actions on 19 April 1970 while serving as a rifleman with Company D, 1st Battalion, 20th Infantry. On that date, the company was conducting routine combat operations near Anto when it was assaulted by an unknown size enemy force. As the friendly unit began to maneuver against the insurgents, a soldier inadvertently detonated an enemy booby trap, and 3 men were wounded in the resulting explosion. Reacting immediately and with complete disregard for his personal safety, Specialist Ware braved the possibility of additional booby traps while maneuvering to the side of his fallen fellow soldiers. Braving the enemy rounds impacting around him, he quickly and skillfully applied emergency first aid to his seriously wounded comrades. When a medical evac helicopter arrived, Specialist Ware again exposed himself to enemy fire while carrying the wounded men to the aircraft for extraction. Through his timely and courageous actions, Specialist Ware served as an inspiration to his entire unit. His personal heroism, professional competence, and devotion to duty are in keeping with the highest traditions of the military service and reflect great credit upon himself, the AmeriCall Division, and the United States Army. This was presented to Mr. Ware in 1970 for his service in Vietnam. And on behalf, as they say, a grateful nation, a grateful county, thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. And again, to the Vietnam veterans, which we're starting to lose quite a few, you might not have gotten the thank you that you deserved when you got home, but we're going to try to say thank you every day to make up for it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Black?
Yeah, I do have one. The veteran that's here is Mr. Maida. So Mr. Maida, happy birthday. I failed to mention that in opening board comments to the United States Marine Corps. So Mr. Whiteman will be on that with me for that, I'm sure. Before I start, I'd ask for a biography from Mr. Maida. I just want to talk about Mr. Maida a little bit. Outside his military service, Mr. Maida has done so much with the American Red Cross. He is heavily involved in volunteering as a firefighter. He is really kind of a pillar of our community. So thank you for everything you've done outside the military as well, Mr. Maida. So I have this little blurb that he sent me. I entered the United States Marine Corps in March of 1966 at the age of 17. My birthday was on March 1st. On that day, I went to the Marine recruiting office to volunteer for the Marine Corps. This was my only choice. I never wanted to be in any other service but the Marines. I got all the paperwork and had my parents sign it. You had to have parental approval to join at 17. In the next weeks, I took the physical and psychological testing, and on March 29th, I was sworn into the United States Marine Corps. On March 31st, I arrived at Parris Island, South Carolina for boot camp. I somehow managed to survive boot camp, after which I went to Camp Geiger, North Carolina for advanced training. After completing my advanced training, I was assigned to N Company 2nd Battalion, Marine Regiment, 1st Marine Division at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. As a rifleman, the Marine Corps keeps a combat landing team afloat at all times in the Caribbean and Mediterranean. While the M32, we went afloat in the Caribbean and we took part in major exercise Landflex 66 and also provided aid to the tiny country of Haiti that had been devastated by Hurricane Inez. Once our tour in the Caribbean was complete, we returned to Camp Lejeune. In March 1967, there was a request for a volunteer to go to security detachment at the U.S. Naval Station in San Juan, Puerto Rico. This was a 2-year assignment, and once completed, my third year enlistment would be up. That was what was referred to as the post of the Corps, one of the best duty stations the Marine Corps had, so I volunteered to go. In March 1967, I arrived at the U.S. Naval Station in San Juan, and I was assigned to the security detachment at Main Side in Puerto Rico, and then to Antilles Command Communication Facility in Saba Seca, Puerto Rico. I was there for 20 months and had 4 months left on my tour duty in Puerto Rico and 4 months left on the active duty, but reality set in for me. I could not take the easy way out. There was a war going on, and I was a Marine, and I had to live up with myself the rest of my life. So I volunteered to go to Vietnam. In order to do so, I had to extend my tour of active duty by 9 months, which I did. In January 1969, I was assigned to Lima Company, 3rd Battalion, 26th Marine Regiment, 1st Marine Division, with Lima 326 as a grunt rifleman and the LT radio operator and squad leader. While with Lima 326, we participated in many large and small operations, include Operation Taylor Common, Operation Oklahoma Hills, Operation Bold Mariner. We worked with the 1st Corps, Happy Valley, Hivon Pass. We worked in the rice paddies. We worked in the mountains. We worked in the triple canopy jungle. We engaged the VC and the NVA. Through it all, I somehow survived, not uninjured, but I did. On November 7th, 1969, while standing on an LZ waiting for the choppers to come in and take us for another bush humping experience, I was told to take my gear and report to the company clerk. I was going home. My tour was over. And about 18 hours later, I was at Camp Pendleton, North Carolina, and began my out processing. On November 14th, 1969 at 12 noon, I was officially honorably separated from active duty from the United States Marine Corps after serving 3 years, 8 months on active duty. The remainder of my 6-year obligation served in the inactive reserves. On November 15th, 1969, I found myself standing on a corner in my hometown, wondering what had happened. I was not 21 years old, but I felt out of place and lost. Culture shock. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's powerful and awesome. So thank you.
Thank you. Just so the audience will know, Mr. Forehand has been able to join us via Zoom. So he is Mr. Forehand, welcome. Certainly hope you're feeling better and continue to convalesce and get well. I'm not sure, Mr. Forehand, if you have any comments, but if you do, I'll allow you to interject at this time. Okay, thank you. Again, we appreciate all that's been done, all that's going to be done, and all that has been done. And Godspeed to everyone. Thank you.
Jeff.
Jeff. No, he was good. He's good.
Got it open. On Zoom.
Nancy, why don't you just
Yeah,
mention
I
yourself?
just wanted to mention that between our last meeting and this one, we lost one of our, at least one I know of, World War II veteran, and Thomas Golden, who lives in Port Royal area, passed away at the ripe age of 99 plus. And I just want to keep his family in our thoughts and prayers. And Thomas, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Mrs. Henderson, can you walk down to the podium? Okay, well, we're gonna walk to you and take a picture with her.
Yes.
Just to make
Let's
sure
go
we
do
got
that now.
I'll do that.
You guys
now.
want to do that now? Yep. Jeff, you want to go with Ms. Nancy? Yeah.
Wow, I'm not sure if you can hear, but
this is like the first time we did this, and I hope next year, God willing, we'll also fill up the room with all the veterans we have. Just to say thank you again. So, Mr. Henderson, we're coming to you. All of us.
Hey, Dave. Dave.
As board members are coming back to their seats, I'm getting a lot of feedback, David. Is that because Clay's on, maybe? That's better. As the board members are coming back to their seats, next on the agenda, I was on YouTube looking at some information about Caroline County. And I came across a video that I think would be beneficial for all of Caroline County residents to see. And so I've asked Mr. Ms. Sadler, excuse me, to share this Farm Bureau narrative that's on YouTube. It speaks to the industrial growth in the county. I know that as we drive back and forth, to and fro, we see the growth that's going along 95. But I thought we'd just take a look at the rural character that still exists in the county and just really see how blessed we are to have a county where we still have the rural character. We have our farmers in place with our agribusiness, but we're growing as an industrial site throughout the state. So, Mr. Sadler, can you play that for me, please?
Located just north of the Richmond metro area, Caroline County is one of the few rural counties left along the I-95 corridor, and people who live here are working to keep it that way. Named for Caroline of Ansbach, a former Queen of England in the early 1700s, Caroline County still has some of the architecture from that era.
David?
For example, Newmarket Plantation was established in Located just north of the Richmond metro area, Caroline County is one of the few rural counties left along the I-95 corridor, and people who live here are working to keep it that way. Named for Caroline of Ansbach, a former Queen of England in the early 1700s, Caroline County still has some of the architecture from that era. For example, Newmarket Plantation was established in 1726, but that's not the only connection to royalty here. Caroline County is also the birthplace of Secretariat, considered by many to be the greatest racing horse of all time. His records still stand in the American Triple Crown, and visitors can see the barn where he was born and other memorabilia at the Meadow Event Park, home of the State Fair of Virginia. But even with those historical roots, farmer Robbie Carruthers knows that change is inevitable.
Well, when I was a child, my grandfather used to always say that at some point, Richmond and Fredericksburg are going to meet, and we are right in the middle. We got it coming up from Richmond, and we got it coming down from Fredericksburg, so it hadn't gotten here yet.
Carruthers is a third-generation producer who started in nearby Hanover County and moved to Caroline because Hanover's land was becoming too expensive. He's hoping the conservation easements will help farmers keep their land for farming.
Basically, they restrict it to growth. So you couldn't sell it for development. You couldn't sell it for commercial. You couldn't even do 10-acre lots. It would have to be kept for agricultural timber.
Carruthers property was originally a land grant from the King of England in 1726. It's now a 450-acre family-owned property, and Carruthers is hoping to play on that rich heritage to get into agritourism. Linwood Broadus runs Spring Hill Farm with his son Bates, who is the sixth generation to work the property. As the Caroline County Farm Bureau president, he's well acquainted with the diversity of agriculture in the county.
We've got some farmers in the county that are all produce. We've got some that are hay, straw. We're predominantly grain, but we've got a lot of people who are doing produce, especially on a small scale, pick your own. Being between Richmond and Fredericksburg, there's a lot of market for produce. And I can see where the agriculture in Caroline is changing. Population is moving in because of our proximity to Northern Virginia. So there are markets that are opening up for produce.
Broadus is also involved in explaining how farming works to visitors at the State Fair of Virginia.
It's amazing. If you put on coveralls and a check shirt and you can walk up to people and carry on a conversation, and they don't back away. They stereotype me as a farmer. That's what they're used to. Then I can explain to them about my farm. I can explain to them about what we do with continuous no-till. And I can explain to them, yes, that we rely heavily on chemicals, Roundup, 2,4-D, and other insecticides and fungicides, but we are producing a safe and abundant product.
Caroline County has 222 farms covering 61,831 acres. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Caroline County is ranked third in soybean acres planted in Virginia and second in the state for bushels produced. Caroline County is tied for fifth in the state for grain corn production with 12,100 acres planted. Vegetable production brings in $2,366,000. Livestock farmers bring in $970,000, and most of that is from cattle and calf sales. The market value of all agricultural products is $22,908,000. Corn and soybean crops account for nearly all of that income, bringing in $18,466,000.
95% of the agriculture in Caroline is from grain and growing grain.
Mike Broadus, no direct relation to Linwood, has a lifetime of knowledge about the land in Caroline County.
Soils here are really prominent in growing grain as opposed to some other things. We cannot compete, obviously, with the really sandy soils of the Eastern Shore and growing potatoes. We cannot compete with the water-holding clays in the southern Piedmont for growing tobacco. But we do grow grain crops here especially well.
Kevin Tate works for M.S. Terrell and Sons in Ruther Glen, producing corn and soybeans on 8,000 acres. He's another Caroline County farmer with deep roots here.
So I was born and raised. My grandfather, he started it. He started the operation in 1974. And then we just, followed his footsteps along with a lot of other family members here on the farm has followed his footsteps.
You can see the difference in atmosphere between Caroline County and more developed communities just by visiting Bowling Green, the county seat. It has a small town feel that stands in contrast to the modern architecture and pace of life of more suburban Virginia communities nearby. With so many families that have such strong ties to agriculture, it's easy to see why the people of Caroline County are taking steps to keep their community as rural as possible. Farmers are creating conservation easements and taking advantage of other planting tools to keep their land open for agriculture for generations to come. In Caroline County, Virginia, I'm Burke Moeller reporting.
I just thought that was very interesting. Anytime that we can learn a little more about the county and really appreciate what we have here, I thought it was just a great opportunity to do that. Oh, Mr. Broadus, are you? Linwood, are you? Mike, where's? Oh, Mike, you want to come down and say a couple words? Sure. Oh, Virginia Tech, right. That's right.
Do you have something to do with that? That was very nice.
Ma'am, no ma'am.
Nope.
I was contacted by Mr. Moeller, and he wanted to talk to me about doing a short film about agriculture in Carolina. And I said, be glad to talk to you. And that's exactly what, that was just my piece in it. But I gave him the facts and figures that you saw. And so they're very true. Yeah, does anybody have any questions?
I have one quick one on easements. I know we have a lot over along the Rappahannock. Where is our other big, what other big areas have conservation easements on them? You know?
A lot of.
Because you can't tell when you drive by.
No, you cannot. Many farms, many home farms do have easements. Quite often the owners don't tell me. I mean, that's not something they generally discuss with me. And I don't work with easements personally, so I help them extensions about research and education. So I am the liaison between the College of Agriculture at Virginia Tech and the farmer, the gardener, and I connect the two and help the citizens of the county grow whatever they want to grow. If they come here and they want to raise chickens, they contact me. And it's a free service. Well, paid by tax dollars, but I do a lot of problem solving in the county, helping people just, solve their problems with their lawns, their crops. And agriculture is good in Carolina. And I speak for the farmers and thanking the board for all you do for them. Set land use and the easements, that helps them a lot. So.
Well, thank you. We always need somebody to connect the dots together. So putting people together and passing that information along is a great service to everybody. So thank you, Mike.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Brock.
Yes, sir. If anybody has any questions? Mr. Thomas?
No, I'll see you about some of that produce later.
Okay. Thank y'all for having me down.
Thank you.
I will be leaving, so I have another appointment.
All right, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next on the agenda is a presentation to Mount Tabor Baptist Church commemorating their 150th anniversary, as well as the completion of payments. Dr. Elmore Jones Fellowship Hall. Is there a representative from Mount Tabor? Will you please come forward? We want to say welcome and congratulations. First of all, we have a resolution for Mount Tabor we'd like to read and have it presented. Mr. Seeley, would you?
Certainly. I'd like to read a resolution celebrating the 150th anniversary of Mount Tabor Baptist Church and commemorating the end of payments for their Dr. Elmore L. Jones Fellowship Hall.
No.
Whereas Mount Tabor Baptist Church has been a pillar of the Milford community in Caroline County, Virginia, since its original members began holding services under a brush arbor in the years following the Civil War. And whereas shortly after this inception, German immigrant Charles Alexander Schumann, a merchant and landowner in the community, gave Mount Tabor its first acre of ground upon which it built its first brick and mortar church. And whereas in the year 2022, the church is celebrating two significant milestones in its long and distinguished history. The 150th anniversary of its creation in 1872 and a mortgage burning ceremony commemorating the completion of payments for the Dr. Elmore L. Jones Fellowship Hall. And whereas retiring the debt for the Dr. Elmore L. Jones Fellowship Hall is a joyous occasion for the church, made possible by the abiding commitment and generosity of its parishioners and benefactors. And whereas throughout its 150-year history, the church has been blessed with many gifted, dedicated pastors who have nurtured the souls of the congregation and introduced new initiatives to improve the physical structure of the church and foster its mission of spreading the gospel. And whereas Caroline County wishes to join in the celebration of this special occasion in the life of the church and thank its past and present members for their many contributions to the fabric and well-being of the county throughout the years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby extends its heartfelt congratulations to Mount Tabor Baptist Church on the occasion of its 150th anniversary and the mortgage burning ceremony marking the end of payments for the Dr. Elmore L. Jones Fellowship Hall. Be it further resolved that the board sends its best wishes for many more celebrations and joyous occasions in the years to come. Adopted this 10th day of November 2022, signed by Charles M. Cully Jr., Clerk Board, and Reginald L. Underwood, Chairman.
Congratulations. Could you go ahead and introduce yourself and speak? Yes.
Yes. First, I'd like to say that we really appreciate the recognition from the board. And I'd like to say also that the pastor was here, but he had to leave because he was intended of a Bible study started at 7. And he promised the congregation he's going to be for that. So that's the only reason he had to leave right away. But we do appreciate the recognition from the board. And it's only by God's grace and God help that we did this. So we did give all the praises to our Lord and our Savior. And once more, thank you so very much for the recognition.
Thank you. Ma'am, you have something to say?
On behalf of Mount Tabor Baptist Church, I joined their church at an early age. I left that church, but I had to come back home to their church. And on behalf of Reverend Gilbert Garcia and the Mount Tabor Baptist Church body, thank you very much for recognizing us.
Thank you for being part of the community. Jeff, you want to?
That's Betty Brown, our social services representative from Mattapan.
I can't see. I didn't recognize you, but how you doing? I didn't recognize.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let's do this, all three of us together. How's this?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will give a digital copy. Good to see you guys.
Before we go any further with the meeting, I can if our veterans would like to leave and they don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting, if you want to, I'll take a 5-minute recess and allow those of you who would like to leave the opportunity to leave. Again, thank you for your service. Thank you for being here. And we appreciate you. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you. We'll now be in recess for 5 minutes. call the meeting of November 10th, 2022 back to order and proceed with the agenda. Next on the agenda is the VDOT presentation from Mr. Kyle Bates, the PE from the Fredericksburg Residency Administrator. Good evening, Mr. Bates.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
How are you?
I am good. How about yourself?
I'm doing quite well.
Good, good.
Thanks for asking.
Well, Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the board, thank you for having me tonight. I'm going to go through a quick presentation, just give you some VDOT updates, and I can take some questions at the end. So next slide. I'll jump right into it. The first and the last time you see this slide is debris removal. So we removed 462,000 cubic yards of debris following early January's storm. That's approximately 30,800 tandem dump truck loads of debris. That was throughout the 3 counties of Stafford, Spotsylvania, and Caroline County. So if there is still debris out there that you see that's encroaching within the right-of-way, our contractors are very much cut loose and have been for the last few months here. I would just encourage your residents and constituents, anything you see, just go through the 1-800-4 road system, because the state forces will be responsible for that moving forward. So next slide. I broke it.
Do you have your notes in front of you, Mr.
Yeah,
Bates?
absolutely.
We have a copy as well.
Okay, I'm just going to continue on.
Okay, yeah.
If you wanted to leave it like that, that's fine too. There it is. So Route 639, Ladysmith Road. This is out by 738 Partlow, the Charlesburg project, if you will. This is a smart scale project to improve the geometric layout of the intersection of Ladysmith Road and Partlow Road. That project is now complete and is operating beautifully. It brings that Partlow Road in at a T with a stop condition, as opposed to having that curve with the through movement. So that has been completed. The last time you'll see that slide. Moving on, we have this beautiful picture. Look at this. Route 639, Ladysmith Road widening. This is another smart scale project to widen this to 4-lane divided highway between I-95 and Route 1. You've obviously seen all the work going on along Ladysmith Road and all the new asphalt that they've laid at the intersection with Route 1. J.L. Kent and Sons is working on this, and this is scheduled to be completed in summer of 2024. The signal at the Ladysmith sheets there that recently opened was activated to full color in early October, and that is working very nicely. Next slide. We have the I-95 rest area parking expansion. This added 25 additional truck parking spots in the back. This is another nice little picture that we have with an aerial view. When this was the work was ongoing, that work is now complete and those spots are fully operational. Next slide. We have Route 652 over Polecat Creek. This is a bridge replacement. That work is ongoing. We did get a contractor on. I believe that was Abernathy Construction. Message boards are up. Detour is in place, and they will be completed in summer of 2023. So next summer. Next slide. This was the Route 30 bridge rehabilitation. I love that I get to talk about all these completed projects today. This was actually a Richmond District project, but it's right on the line, so we'll talk about it anyways. This was just some superstructure repairs over the westbound bridge right at 30 at the county line there between Hanover and Caroline. That started in May of 2020 and is now complete. Next slide. Here we have the Route 301 and Chase Street. This is a smart scale project to reconstruct 301 and 619 to a continuous green T, closing and restricting some of the movements at the crossovers on Chase Street. This is $11.8 million awarded by the state, fully state funded. No engineering has started on this project, but that funding isn't available until fiscal year 2026-27, so lots of time. Next slide. This one I do want to talk about. I came to you about a year ago talking about Route 640 Smoots Road over Maricosset Creek, right near Smoots Pond. We were going to move forward with this project in summer of 2022. And working with DCR, they advised us to postpone this project. There were some impacts to the dam there where the pond is, and these dams are on private property. So DCR is working with the private property owners to make sure that those dams are in compliance. But until that happens, this project is indefinitely postponed. That's nothing negative to say. It's still just a posted bridge, and there's no issues with any of the emergency crossings or anything like that. It's posted 25 tons for emergency vehicles, but that one is postponed, so I'll be taking that slide off. I just want to let you all know where that one stands after talking to DCR. Next slide. This one, we have the Route 1 over the South River. This is a bridge rehabilitation project. As part of this bridge rehabilitation, what we're trying to do is take off some of the many inches of asphalt over top of the bridge that is creating a dead load, if you will, on the bridge. So as part of this this project, you will not see any kind of closures on Route 1. There's just going to be some lane shifts. If we do have to go down lanes, it'll be plenty of lead time where we'll put that information out, but traffic will be free flowing down Route 1, and that's very important for the mobility in Caroline County, especially when things get hosed up on 95. So we're gonna make sure those lanes are moving at all times. That one's starting in early 2023, so next construction season, and should be completed in spring of 2024. Next slide. Here we have the rural edition of Shepherd's Hill. This is now complete. We hard surfaced this one within the last month or so. This is a picture of the completed project where we hard surfaced a gravel road and brought this road into the state system. So we are still working through the process to sign the route number and get all that posted, but that project is now complete. Moving on. Just some various other projects that we have next year utilizing some secondary 6-year plan funds. We have the Farmer Drive, Route 631, the east side of Route 2 there. That intersection realignment is, we're going to realign the what I'll call the Y intersection to just a 90-degree T intersection. So that one's going to be, you'll see us out there this winter, but a lot of the heavy construction is going to be done in the spring. We have a rural addition, Route 1008, the extension of the existing Caroline Street. We're working through the erosion and sediment control right now, and environmental work is going to begin in 2023 with construction currently scheduled for 2026, fiscal year 2026, that is. That's when the secondary 6-year plan funding becomes available. And then we have rural rustic, Route 680 Rattletrap Road, erosion and sediment control and environmental work to begin this winter and construction in fiscal year 2024. Next slide. A couple other things, Mr. Underwood, I know you had talked about, along with some of the other board members, a ditching and shoulder plan. So these are some of the routes that we're looking at in the 2023 schedule. I can also provide 2024, 2025, but it's a long list, and right now we're really going to focus on the ones in 2023. So you'll see Jericho Road, at least the section between Cedar Fork and Ladysmith, Signboard Road, Stonewall Jackson, parts of Route 2, and some parts of Route 301. So that's going to be the priority with the ATHE operation, and this ATHE operation will not only do some of the ditching, but more importantly, we'll take some of the high shoulders down, allowing that water to get off of the road and into the drainage system. Next slide. Here we have the 2022 resurfacing schedule. These are all complete. Every route you see here, there's sections of 95, both northbound and southbound by the county line on either side. We've done sections of 207, 301, Ladysmith Road, Ruther Glen Road, Caroline Village. That's over almost, well, a little over 100 lane miles of resurfacing in Caroline County that our contractors completed this season. So next slide, we are looking at the 2023 routes, which we have 90 lane miles, which again, very good number. A lot of good resurfacing coming to the area. What we do have here is Page Road, Jericho Road, Marie Road, Blanton's. You can see this list. These are the ones that have been submitted for the 2023 season, pending funding and award. So that's what we're going to be looking at next construction season. Next slide. Before I go into some questions, there were a couple things I did want to talk about that had come up since the last meeting. Mr. Underwood, I will send you that ditching schedule. That way you can push that out to your constituents if you like. I know that was something you were looking for. Mr. Seeley, Tinder Drive, we have finished the erosion work that we did out there. That should all be tied up and there shouldn't be any further issues relating to the erosion.
It looks fabulous.
Great, thank you. I'll let the crews know. Mrs. Long, you along with some other board members, I know Mr. Black had asked about it too, the Route 1 Page Road intersection. We did complete that traffic study, sent that out to you. We did have to put some additional signage up for the route numbers just for some identification. A lot of the crashes that we're seeing at that intersection, there was 10 over a 3-year period, and a lot of them were people looking to make a left. And it really goes into both directions, Marie and Page Road, but the left turns coming in, trying to make a left onto those side streets, connecting with the through traffic on Route 1. I believe it was back in May, there was a really bad crash there with 2 vehicles. Looking at the police report, none of the 4 people were wearing seatbelts, unfortunately. So there were 2 severe injuries there. But with that, we did add some additional signage. What I'll do is I'll be working with staff, and maybe in the future we can identify it would warrant a left turn lane in both directions, really. But obviously that's going to include the widening of Route 1 at that location. So I'll be working with staff to see if we can identify some kind of a plan, whether that's through smart scale or revenue sharing for a future date, to see if we can apply for additional funding to install some left turn lanes. So, and then also you had asked me to look at the shoulder work on, I believe it was Frederick in Port Royal. That work is now complete. And that is it for my presentation. Were there any other questions or anything you all need from me?
Yes, Board, Ms. Thomas.
Mr. Bates, it's always good to see you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for the 301, resurfacing. It looks great in some spots. It's really nice. You mentioned 652 and Coolwater Drive and the bridge, and you said summer 2023.
Yes, sir, next summer.
Middle of summer, beginning of summer?
I can send you the exact completion date if you'd like. I don't have it handy though.
I really would like that. I mean, I'm not going to hold you to that.
Sure you will.
Yeah, I am going to hold you to that. But I would like to see it. One other thing, on Route 2 North, and since Caroline and Spotsylvania are in the same district, I noticed the shoulder work on Route 2 as you get into Spotsylvania.
Yes.
And I'm going to say personally, thank you for that, because last week I was driving and some car decided to pass against the solid yellow line. If it wasn't for that little piece of shoulder, I wouldn't have had anywhere to go. So I appreciate you doing that. Now I'm going to ask,
Yep, there it is.
How come you didn't do that in Caroline?
Yes, sir.
It stops right at the county line.
It does. It does. That was no slight, I promise you. What we do with these trench widening routes, we look at they're very data and safety driven most of the time. I do have some other opportunities for trench widening, but really we look at the off the road crashes, and obviously right there, for whatever reason, people seem to. We'll put it on Spotsylvania, but people seem to run off the road. More so than other areas. We also looked at there's sections of River Road out in Spotsylvania that we did some additional things. I know we did some others down in Mr. Underwood's area. It was probably 2 or 3 years ago when I was here last time. But they're very much. I'm sorry.
I said, come back. We need some more.
Sure, sure. No, and I'll tell you this too. These are oftentimes they're federal funds. They're through a highway safety improvement program, and that's what they're very data driven. That's the only way we can get those funds is to meet that criteria. However, I have worked with the localities in the past. I'll tell you, Stafford has done this. Spotsylvania is now getting on this program. They have not started it yet. I would love to do the same thing down in Caroline here. They're looking at some of their more rural roads that don't get as much attention, and they are footing the bill, if you will, for widening of the existing rural roads. And I couple that with my resurfacing schedule. So for instance, if I was going to be going out to resurface any of the routes that were on those 90 lane miles next year, if we worked ahead of time, we could trench widening those prior to the resurfacing. And then I come over and it's a nice, beautiful surface on top with the added width. So all of that being said, it can be done. We just have to identify that fund.
Okay, that couple of feet means a lot. And I will tell you, I don't know if it's just my luck, but the same thing happened to me in front of Zion Grove Baptist Church. And there was nowhere to go other than into the parking lot. So safety, I'd be happy to testify before anybody to tell you about the safety factors. And this is the second time that's at least happened to me in the past year. So I'm up that way 3 or 4 times a week. It would be nice if Caroline got what everybody else got.
I will look at the federal funding and see where that ranks upon the priority list. And I know exactly what you're talking about. I know that happens all over the place, but there are a lot of cases where we have off the road fixed object crashes, and those are some of the areas that we're definitely prioritizing. But I'll look into it.
Thank you very much for all you're doing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Black.
All right, just a couple of things. You had seen on the presentation there, Rattletrap. What exactly are you doing on Rattletrap? You can refresh my memory.
So I believe Rattletrap is a state road now. It is a gravel road, and
it's paved. It's just got lots of yeah.
Well, there may be a section of it. I'll go back and look.
All right.
Now you've got me questioning myself, but I believe that is part of a rural rustic, and what that rural rustic process is taking the existing gravel roads and bringing them up to a hard surface, if you will.
Okay.
So I believe that this is through the rural rustic process, and it's the only way that that's going to meet. So,
okay,
I will have to double check on that one.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I might be losing my mind too. The second thing is, and these aren't in my district, but as I appreciate the report you got back to us in regards to Route 1 and Page Road. I posted your letter on, I have a Facebook group for, constituents, and I got a comment from a Spotsylvania supervisor, Mr. Marshall, and he said, let me know how to help. A lot of Spotsy folks would like to see that intersection improved. I can give you that 30 years of crash data has been bad. A lot of people hurt and killed at that intersection over the years. A lot of things, and as soon as I posted that, I had constituents who drive up Route 1 North questioning that data. I do remember this summer there was 3 different times when that same intersection was closed. From a report here in Caroline, when they have the Caroline alerts, like Route 1 is closed. It is an extremely, extremely dangerous intersection, not even in my district, but I do have constituents that are very much worried about that as they go Route 1 North. And so I don't know if we can I appreciate what you've done. I'd like to see how it's been done. Actually, maybe one day you and I can get together and see what's been done. But I do think that is a priority because I would imagine anyone in Caroline that's going up Route 1 North, that is concern considering. I mean, even Spotsy folks are commenting on it. I mean, not too far outside of Spotsylvania. So that is a major concern. The other thing I've been getting comments actually for my folks that, I know it's not within our county, but my folks that are commuters down into other locations, and they've been complaining about a Union Church Road that goes into Hanover. And I happened to go by it just to see what they were talking about. And there's third world countries where roads look better than that. I mean, it is, and I feel bad for them because it might be their only way to get to work. And that's embarrassing. And thank God that's not in our county, but at the same time, we do have folks from Caroline who have to go that route. And it does affect them even though they don't live in Hanover. So I don't know if there's anything that can be done there, but, you know, a lot of times they don't have a choice but to avoid that road, you know, to avoid that road, and they have to go through it, and it's terrible.
I
So-
know that road very well. I travel it about once a week. It is outside. This is not any excuse. It's outside of my residency, outside of my district. But what I will do, Mr. Black, I will forward that information on to the Ashland residency and make sure that I get you a contact there, so they can let you know what the plan is for that road.
Yeah, I appreciate it because, like I said, even though it's not, I mean, we have constituents that are driving it and they don't have a choice, you know, but to go through it. So it's, and then the last thing I've been, and also not in my district, but Dry Bridge Road. I do have a lot of people talking to me about Dry Bridge Road, and I'm not sure, is that Mr. Yes, there's a lot of people that work down in that area in my district that they're really concerned about safety down there too. So they talk about the, I guess the bridge, there's a bridge down there. Yeah, too narrow, and as well as just the road has lots of curves on it, and it scares them. So that is the thing. The outside, like those are the two areas that people have been commenting on about being really in our county. The Page Road one, and then the Dry Bridge Road is what constituents who go down to those two or use those two locations are really concerned about.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Seeley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You and I talked about the Bowling green tea, the whole smart.
Sure.
We talked about a cost breakdown for that. So do you have that together now?
Yeah, I've got all that.
So we could sit down and talk about that. We'll set up a meeting and do that.
Absolutely. The only thing I will say, Mr. Seeley, when we talk about this project, it's kind of going to have to be an all or nothing. I just want to put that on the table now. Like we won't be able to kind of pick and choose based on the application. So.
Okay. Thanks for the work at Old Grain Road, but as you and I have talked about, there was some anomaly in the road that they did a great job of fixing the berm, but it too is, we'll give it some time, maybe this winter to see what it looks like January, February, because it's already dropping. And I took some pictures so that I can compare them in a couple of months because I walked back up there to do those, but they came out, they did a great job. And I'll tell you that the job that they did on Tinder Drive was bar nothing I've seen from you guys. So everybody there was just absolutely complimentary.
We've got a good superintendent.
You do. I got a couple of calls where St. Stephen's Church is on Sparta Road, and where that transition takes place between Sparta Road, and I never remember the name of the road that continues on. But apparently we've had a bunch of folks, there's actually a phone pillar there that isn't anymore. I talked to the sheriff. We had a couple of cars that just at night with Waze doesn't realize the road doesn't continue on.
Yeah.
And they keep going straight and they end up in the field/woods there. Can we look at what it seems to be fairly new, but I think that's just traffic increase of people cutting from 301 to 17.
Sure.
And that looks like the fast, easy way to do it.
Absolutely. I can take a look at that with and do it.
It's not the fast, easy way, but
Not when you don't go on the road.
Right. When you leave the road, you are done.
Sure.
But there have been a number in the last 5-6 months that have just continued to go straight where there's no road.
Sure. I'll look at some additional signage to bring some attention to it.
Thank you. That's all I've got, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Seeley. Mrs. Long?
Thank you for the work on the shoulder on the one road, but you said you were going to have a crew out doing some shoulder and ditching work. Would you please, since you have them out there, have them check our favorite spot on 17 that likes to flood?
Yes, absolutely. And I just want to say for the group, just because it's not on that list doesn't mean we're not going to be out fixing other issues. This is just our planned wholesale maintenance where we're going to do long stretches. If we have some spot areas that we need to fix for the safety of the roadway, absolutely, our team is going to be out there. So we'll take another look at that one. That's a very low area. I know you know that.
I know it. I know you have some side property owners that are not being as generous as they should to allow runoff, but I appreciate you keeping them deep enough that we don't have to have an ice skating rink.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Long. Mr. Bates, for me, Route 301 where the Dollar General, the speed limit is still 55.
Mm-hmm.
That's causing some issues there with people turning into the Dollar General. You know, we've looked at traffic studies on 30, and you guys have kind of said that you want to keep the speed limit there from the State Fair down to that residential area at 55. I still think it's a travesty. Traffic is way too fast. And then certainly understanding that 301 is a secondary highway, major highway, but people are turning in and out of that Dollar General. It's causing some consternation.
Sure. I'll go back and take a look. I want to make sure 301 gets its credit as a primary route, though.
Primary, right.
But I'll go back and take a look. I don't know when the last time we did a speed study was. You all, I know you've heard this before. It's very important that we sign the road for what the road allows you to drive in a safe condition. So at least through the 85th percentile. So what I'll do is I'll go back and take a look at that study and see if anything has changed. I don't recall seeing that in my time, albeit I know that it's probably out there.
Okay.
So
maybe even approaching a red light, or, you know, there's stoplight at 30, and something to slow the traffic down a little.
Sure.
In that area would help tremendously. Oh, is Mr. Forehand on now? Mr. I'm sorry. Mr. Forehand, do you have any comments for VDOT?
I saw his mouth move and stop very quickly.
I think Mr. Sadler did that. Do you have? Mr. Forehand, can you hear me? I can't hear you. Apparently we're having some technical difficulties.
He knows where to find me.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions from board? All right. Thank you.
Absolutely.
As always, appreciate all you do.
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
Have a good evening.
Yes, sir. Next on the agenda are appointments for the Planning Commission and the treasurer. I'm sorry, I did add the treasurer. Yeah, Ms. Curran, I added it and forgot about it. Can we discuss the tax deadline and what's going on?
Sir, thank you for adding me to the agenda. I was hoping I wasn't going to have to be here. We have had some delays in getting the tax bills to the printers, and then now the printers have had some machine challenges and some staffing problems of their own. And we got a late start because of the auditors were here for several weeks in October. We had delinquent notices that were due in October, and I've had some staff out. But we did get the data to them, and then it's just been very slow working it through the process. And they were supposed to mail today. But when I tried to reach out so that I could come and tell you all what was going to happen, I was told that they were most likely not mailing today, and it would be next week before they could get the bills mailed. I feel, we would still meet the 14-day legal requirement if they do mail them next week, but I feel like that's not a lot of time for our taxpayers to pay their second half bills.
Okay.
So I was hoping that the board might consider extending the due date until December 15th.
Okay.
And that.
Board members, in your package, there is an emergency ordinance that we could look at adopting because to make sure that citizens aren't penalized for the glitches that have taken place. So I hope you've had a chance to read the ordinance that it's placed before you. And it would give our citizens from till December 15th rather than December 6th to pay their taxes without any penalty.
So the bills will still say December 6th is what you're saying?
They're gonna say December 5th. So
December 5th.
we'll, broadcast and try to get the word out to as many people as we can that the due date has been extended. We are fielding a lot of phone calls in the office, and hopefully, we can get the word out that it has been extended if that's the way it goes.
So we extended the June bills 2 months.
Right, just extend it. Yeah.
So we're gonna push this to the 15th of December, which is right before Christmas, and say pay your bill right before Christmas now.
Well, they would have to pay December 6th anyway.
Yeah.
So if you push it back in further, it's going to be Christmas.
I was thinking January if we were going to do that.
Not January.
It's not going to hurt us.
I think giving them, because we try to give folks 30 days to pay their real estate and personal property taxes, and because they're late going out, they will have maybe 16 days if we don't extend the due date, but it would give them almost the 30 days if we could go to the 15th. I don't want to be crossing over into the new year if we didn't have to.
Well, I have an issue with the audit anyhow, which is another story, but that's causing this problem.
Right. Well, we're not there yet.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Right,
it's
right.
November, and we're not talking about the audit.
Yeah.
Okay, I would extend it more, but okay.
And we can, Ms. Kern, I guess is the 15th is the date that you selected as the.
It was just a date because it would be about the 30 days from the time that they're going to be mailed.
If we extended it till the 20th, I'm not sure that'd make a difference, but it would be a few more days if we would get the full 30 days in.
Okay. I
would think that hurts. I mean, how much issue?
We're going to set the system up to whatever date you all, the day after the due date, whatever it may be, would be the date that we would start charging penalty and interest.
Right, but we know that your office has run into some issues, and we certainly don't want to make additional issues by pushing back. So I guess my question to you is, 5 more days going to cause any greater issue?
5
or
more
would
days
you prefer?
5 more days would give people 5 more days to pay without paying penalty and interest.
But what would it do to your office is my question.
It shouldn't affect us because we're going to be there, collecting money, and we get a lot of payments after the due date normally. So
and some people will pay before that. It's not going to be a mass run on that date anyway.
Correct.
Is what I'm thinking. So
yes, sir.
Some people will pay on the regular 5th and 6th.
Yes, sir.
So I could see maybe extending it 5 days till the 20th, but people are going to begin paying on the regular time anyway. So, board members,
the 20th is fine. Do we want to adopt this here? Or do we want to adopt this later on in the agenda?
We can adopt it then.
Let's move the date to the 20th and then adopt the resolution as amended.
All right. Ms. Kern, you okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
All right. Board members, you okay with that? Then board members, do we need to read the resolution, Chris, or do Mr. McKenzie, do we need to read the resolution or can we just adopt it?
With a modification.
Modification for 20th?
Well, it was prepared today.
Yes.
So I don't know. I think that it's fine. If you've all read it, you can adopt it and we'll just post it online.
Okay.
As presented, but yeah, as amended.
Thank you.
To change the date.
Then I'll take a motion to adopt the emergency reduction penalties and interest on 2020 property real estate tax till move it till December 20th, 2022.
Okay. So moved again.
Second.
All right, motion and proper second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move it to the 20th. Thank you very much. All right, now next on
Chairman.
Clay.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear? This is
Yeah.
Mr. Foran, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, Clay. How are you? Good evening.
Okay. Good evening to y'all. Mr. Sadler has fixed the technical issues.
Okay. Then I'll make sure you have any comment about the resolution at all, Mr. Foran?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you. I'll make sure I include you in all further comments. Okay. Yes. Oh, yeah. Just for the record, Mr. Foran, are you voting aye on the last emergency resolution?
Yes, I'm voting with the group.
All right. So that's 6-0. Motion carries. Next on the agenda are appointments. We have an appointment for the Planning Commission for Reedy Church and Mattapanai. Mr. Thomas, do you have?
I'm going to make that in December.
You make yours in December. I do have my appointee here this evening. I'd make a motion that the board would appoint Mr. Juan J.D. Young to the Planning Commission for the Reedy Church District.
Second.
So there's a motion, proper second. Mr. Young, is it, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Young, you want to come introduce yourself?
Good evening, board. I'm J.D. Young, and happy to be back in the county. I've been back here now for about 3 years, and my wife and I, Tanika Young, we are over in the Reedy Church District over on the Oxford Road, and excited to be part of the board now and to continue to move the county forward. So I'm available, so reach out for whatever you need.
Thanks, JD. I'll be
Thank
talking
you,
to
sir.
you. And I'll get, you need his information. I'll get her.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. Yep.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Remember, we've already taken off agenda item A, so it's agenda items B through G.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question on E. So can we just pull that and we'll come back to it?
Okay. If I get a motion to approve any other items to pull from the agenda? If I can get a motion to approve.
I make a motion we adopt the consent agenda B, C, D, F, and G.
Second.
There's a motion that we approve the consent agenda items B, C, D, F, and G. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Oh, thanks, Clay. All right, motion carries. Agenda item E, Mr. Seeley.
Yeah, and this just brings to mind, I know we're talking about Pendleton, and this is the final they've done the final paving, Mr. Fincham?
Yes, and these 4 roads, they have completed the construction of the roads to the approved VDOT street standards. These are public streets, and this is now the formal process we go through to have the VDOT accept them into the secondary road system.
Well, this leads me to my question, which is why I pulled this, Mr. Chairman, is Ladysmith Village, I was at Lewis and Clark Elementary on Tuesday. If that road gets any worse, I don't know how we're going to ever get it back in shape. So what is the plan for getting the final coat on that and getting that into the state system? Because that's been there a very long time now.
Yes, sir. We actually, the builder and the developer are working with us on an agreement to repair the roads in that section of South River and get them up to VDOT standards as part of a condition of approval of a future section of South River. And I hope to have a copy of that agreement that I can share with the board here in the next month or so.
I go over there frequently, but boy, I tell you what, at night when you go in there, you don't know where you are. You're like, is there a road here or not? I don't know if you've seen it recently, but it's bad.
Yes, I have. That's an example of the problems with the language in the state code as it relates to bond releases and improvements. And we are not the only county that has that issue.
So is that something we really need to address with the General Assembly? Is there anything, language from anybody that would help us resolve that?
There is language that would help resolve that, yes.
Because I know that we have VACO that if we're not the only ones, I think we ought to make that a VACO topic and ask them, because it's just sad.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. But I do hope to be able to share that agreement with you in the next month or so.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Black.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Forehand, let me get Mr. Black, then I'll come right back to you.
I was going to actually pull the same thing. And I was in there, going through there, and it's embarrassing. I mean, when you come up Durrett Road and you turn left, and I don't know what the road is into Lady Smith Village, and then go down where past the school, the ruts in there where the buses go. I mean, I'm not sure it's just a final paving. I mean,
no, they got to reconstruct.
Yeah, the base in there was obviously terrible, and so that brings me to my whole thing here with these. Is there an inspection or something? Because I know there's no school in Pendleton yet, but I think there is proper down the road for there to be a school or possibly be a school in there.
Yes, there is a proffer for a school site.
Okay, so and I know it probably not anytime down in the near future, but at some point there will be one as the county grows in there. And do we know that these roads are built to any sort of standard that can, that can handle a school bus going in there? Because that's embarrassing, Lady Smith Village. It really is.
Yes, I agree. Unfortunately, you have a road that was built about 17 years ago, that there were no mandatory provisions in place to require the road to be dedicated and completed within a specified period of time. That actually is an issue we have in the state code. There's nothing in the state code that speaks to when a developer has to complete the improvements for roads, as an example. So it's an ongoing issue. We have a better handle on it now than we've had in the past. We have developers agreements now that tie the road improvements to a specified period of time. But anytime you have a project, and Lady Smith Village is the perfect example, where an engineer has signed off on a bond estimate, that and a bond release, and the funds get released based upon that certification, and the road isn't completed like we have at Lady Smith Village, it just creates problems for local governments.
So let me ask you this just really quickly. For the immediate problem now that's there, what is the solution?
To reconstruct the roads, bring them up to current VDOT standards, and get them dedicated.
And I completely agree with you, but how do you get there?
We have been working with the builder and the current developer to complete a developer's agreement for the completion of those roads, and I think it's within the next couple of years.
So we're looking at, so if someone who's picking their kids up in Lewis and Clark, because that's all my constituents. So when they talk about the road, what time frame can you say, hey, look, it's going to be fixed in?
Let me get the developer's agreement finished and finalized, and I can have a time frame for you.
Okay, thank you.
But that is the number one priority in terms of that agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Forehand?
Yes, Mr. Fincham, it's timely that the Pendleton streets are being adopted because Pendleton has some traffic speed dampening desires. Would this open up their ability to put speed bumps and other similar type measures in their neighborhood to slow down traffic?
Speed bumps or speed control measures would have to be approved by VDOT if they're to be installed in a public street. If it were to be installed on a private street, then VDOT would not have to approve those measures. But these streets, as an example, Pendleton, Edmund Pendleton Drive, the main roads in there that are public roads, it would require VDOT approval for traffic calming measures.
Okay. And with the area around the school that we were just speaking about, with the roadway issues, there's a growing push to have crosswalks and other. The community has grown around the school now, so there's a lot of pedestrian traffic to and from.
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the ability to get grants on non-state funded roads or county-owned roads?
Not on.
Basically, it'll be the HOA seeking this on. Maybe the school would be the applicant. I'm not really sure how this goes about getting funded to tap into those grants that are available, because it's still a private road.
It's still privately maintained, even though it is dedicated as a public right of way. We can look into that. Most funding that I'm aware of is for public roads and not roads that are maintained privately. If you want us to look into that, we can do that.
Yeah, there may be a quick list. There's some individuals that may be speaking here as soon as public comment comes. But there is multiple folks that are engaged and ready to get something to entice and make the pedestrian traffic to and from school a little bit safer and a little bit more conspicuous.
Yes, sir. And I think you would want to get the school system involved in that request as well, and get them on board with making a request for any improvements. Okay. Since it would be for the benefit of the traffic to the school.
Yes. Yeah. All right. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. You want to make a motion?
I make a motion. We approve consent item E.
Second.
I'll second.
There's a motion that we approve agenda item E. There's proper second. Mrs. Long and Mr. Forehand. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Gentlemen, what I'd like to do is go ahead and move on to public comment. We'll do our public comment, then I will need to take a break after public comment before going into public hearing. Okay. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the public hearing portion of our agenda, public comment of our agenda. If you'd like to speak regarding any issue within the that you have, please come forward, speak to the issue. You cannot speak directly to any board members, speak directly to the chairman. It's not for speaking individually. It's not a back and forth conversation. You'll have 3 minutes to speak to your issue. Please state your name and your voting magisterial district. Public comment is now open.
Good evening. Linda Arnold, Madison District voter, Lady Smith River, Ruther Glen, South River resident, retired nurse. I have some handouts for the board members. Perfect timing. I didn't know VDOT was going to be here tonight. I didn't know Mr. Fincham was going to be here tonight. And I'm glad to see Mr. Forehand is on Zoom. I'm here today giving you handouts specifically regarding the Safe Route to School and Community grassroots organization that is in conjunction with VDOT. I've been working with VDOT specifically regarding the implementation of sidewalks and crossing guards and crosswalks in the Lady Smith River, Lady Smith South River community. We moved here in August of 2022, expecting a truly walkable community. That's how Lady Smith River Village is advertised online. We found out quickly it was not by enrolling our children at Lewis and Clark. We enrolled them, and we were told specifically, even though we can see our house directly from the school, you cannot walk there because it's unsafe. You have to have an adult to walk them back and forth to school. We're stunned. I'm a person with a disability. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother. I've never experienced anything in a planned community in my life. I've been working directly with Principal Brown. I'm a PTA member. I'm a SEAC member. Everyone is involved in this. Apparently, Principal Brown has been asking for this for years. Apparently, the community has been asking. The runners are asking for it. The dog members, the dog walkers are asking for it. Everyone in the community is asking for it. It's more than just the school, but the state does have funding. Hanover County is going through it right now. There is absolute funding into the millions of dollars. And VDOT will provide it, but they need an official committee formed from the county. Grassroots organizations from the community, like myself, homeowners, are not able to obviously be on that. They need it provided and started from the County Board of Supervisors and moved forward. I spoke to the VDOT representative myself. He gave me his card as he walked out and said, "I'm so glad to see you here, Mrs. Arnold, tonight. Thank you for coming." This needs to be, it's a safety issue. As you said, the roads are terrible. If you notice, there's absolutely no sidewalk on the side of the school until you get into the school. Person with a disability can't walk there. Children cannot walk there. People are literally risking their lives every day, and that's nothing short for Ladysmith Village. Apparently, it's now going to be in Bowling Green and other communities. We didn't realize that. We are One Caroline. We're asking you to see that advocacy matters, and people do care about this county and this community, and that we just want action. That's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Arnold.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment?
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
Mayor Gaines, Bowling Green. I come up here just to say thanks. You know, the town and the county, since I've been on here, has really come with a good working relationship. And that's something that's very important to us and to the county. I'd like to say thanks to the elected officials, the commissioner, the treasurer, and the sheriff's office for the great work and the support that we get from them. So I know you don't get many thanks up here, but from the town and from me, you know, we really appreciate the hard work that we put together. And working with the water issues is one thing that we really like to, you know, stay together with. We gave you all a letter of recommendation to DEQ a couple months ago or so in support of the pulling the water out of the river. And that's really going to be a big push for that. So, but anyhow, I just want to say thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment?
Hello, board. My name is Wesley Rose, and I'm in Mr. Seeley's district. I love that you guys began this evening's meeting honoring our heritage of veterans and the farmers here in Caroline County. After watching, one of you made a comment that you'd like to continue to see and to keep this heritage of farming. I've met with several of those farmers that were in that video and that you started the meeting with, and they were approached by solar companies in Caroline County, and all of them told them to kick rocks. These are the top reasons I personally desire to keep Caroline solar free. Number one, rural preservation should remain rurally preserved. Number two, if these companies want to lease this land, why wouldn't they be wise enough to purchase said land at a fraction of the cost? As a businessman, I'd say that's bad business, man. The erosion and silt deposition from sheet runoff would harm our water supply, especially quickly in the property we discussed today that lines the river of the Mattaponi. Number four, water contamination is almost guaranteed from the construction process, as well as potential pollution from heavy metals and other materials used in the hardware for the solar farm. Our waterways in Caroline County flow directly into the York River, which end up in the Chesapeake Bay, harming the downstream ecosystems there as well. Number five, downstream from the Woodford site on the Mattaponi, there is a highly protected breed of fish, the American shad. DEQ and more have denied Mattaponi-based projects for decades due to the threat possibly imposed on these fish in the way that they impact not only the fish, but the local native tribes that build their economies based off that. Why would we risk more damage? Number 6, the ecological impact of these solar plants would devastate the habits.
Excuse me for just 1 second. He's speaking in general. General's fine, just he doesn't speak specifically to
Can you pause
the
my
project.
time?
Excuse me?
Possible? Are you able to pause my time? Well, yeah, thank you.
I get,
Okay.
right, you can speak in general about solar projects.
Cool.
But you can't speak specific to.
I'll change my language.
Okay.
That's good. So, because this actually deals with Carolina as a whole, so wherever it is, it flows the same spot.
That's why I'm saying you can speak generally to solar.
Ecologically, the impact of these solar plants proposed in our county would devastate the habitats of local vegetation, which can be especially risky for the 6 species that are either endangered or threatened to be endangered. These species identified by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services are 2 species of bats, 2 species of clams that live in the Mattaponi, the monarch butterfly, and the flowering plant called the swamp pink. Along with these 6, there's also 11 migratory birds, including 2 of my favorites, the bald eagle and the red-headed woodpecker. According to the U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife Service, all of these can be found in the areas surrounding the projects. My final reason is simple: cadmium telluride. Although I know this board has made both decisions in the past to support and not to support this stable yet toxic heavy metal, it's been banned in 6 different areas in Virginia. Okay, cadmium telluride has a propensity to leak if, for any reason, the glass that protects it is broken. That is my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment? Seeing no one coming forward, public comment is now closed. This board will take a 15-minute real-time recess, and we will come back and we'll begin our public hearings. So we are now standing in recess. I will call the November 10th, 2022 Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. We will start off with our first public hearing tonight. Special exception 16-2021, Pruitt Properties Incorporated owner, Woodford Solar LLC as the applicant. Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we're actually going to conduct the public hearings concurrently on both SPX 16-2021 and SPX 17-2021 as both special exceptions are related to the same project.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, your first public hearing, SPX 16-2021 for Pruitt Properties Inc. owner and Woodford Solar LLC applicant. They're requesting a special exception in accordance with Article 17, Section 13 and Article 15, Section 23.9. The purpose of the special exception request is to modify Section 8.V.7 of Article 15 to allow a minor solar energy project within the area of a 100-year floodplain. The subject property is located at tax map 28-A-32 and contains approximately 348.5 acres more or less, and is located on Woodford Road near the intersection of South River Road in the Port Royal voting district. The 2030 comprehensive plan designates this area as agricultural preservation. Again, this specific special exception request is to allow an exception to the ordinance requirements that solar projects cannot be located in a 100-year floodplain, which is a standard that was adopted by the Board of Supervisors when you adopted the solar energy regulations. Their request would amend that standard to allow solar panels to be installed in the 100-year floodplain as part of this project. The Planning Commission did recommend denial of this request, although there are suggested conditions in the staff report should the board choose to approve this request. The second request, special exception 17-2021 on the same project, is actually the special exception request for the minor solar energy project itself. This project would utilize a portion of the 348.5 acres for a 15 megawatt solar energy facility. The original design of this project was about 17 megawatts, but since the initial application before the Planning Commission, the plan has been modified to reduce its footprint and to attempt to reduce the impacts on the property, including the floodplain, and has reduced the overall size of that project to 15 megawatts. Again, the Planning Commission did hold its public hearing on this request and forwarded this to the board with a recommendation of denial. Again, there are standards included in the staff report. Should the board wish to approve this request, I would make one note that on condition number 5, the megawatt number should be 15 megawatts and not 8 megawatts. That's actually included in your report. And with that, I'll answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Fincham. Is the applicant here this evening?
Yes, the applicant is here.
Would the applicant like to speak before the board before I open up public hearing?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman,
Good evening.
members of the board. I believe that we have a brief presentation. Is that correct, sir? You do not. Okay, I do have. I have it on the phone. I thought Craig had sent it to me. All right, I'm going to just get him the presentation I had forwarded to staff real quick, if I may. It's on a thumb drive. I had emailed it, sir, to staff. It sounds as if
That's
it's
all right.
not. Okay, one moment.
Before you start your presentation, if you could state your name, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Tyson Utt, co-founder and manager of Commonwealth Energy Partners and CEP Solar.
Tyson
Utt. Yes,
UTT.
Tyson
Okay.
Utt. Last name is UTT. Just those 3 letters.
Thank you.
And apologies for the confusion. I had sent the presentation to Mr. Pennington and had hoped to be teed up, but I think that it'll be somewhat familiar information as well. I understand certainly that there have been a number of projects that have been presented, and so it's already being pulled up now, and I've tried to make it as brief and simple as possible, given the fact I know you all have been through quite a few projects to date already. So I don't anticipate needing to still take the 18 minutes left on the time here. But the intent is to present and just speak on the Woodford Solar Project. This is a bit of a unique application in the sense that we are really working on behalf of the landowner, who is also the owner of this project, investing their time and their resources as well to invest this project and move it forward through the permitting process. As mentioned by Mr. Fincham, it is a minor solar facility. It would be delivering power directly into the local Rappahannock Electric Co-op distribution system. So the power would be delivered locally, and it also will be set back about half a mile from Woodford Road and not visible from any other adjacent parcels. If we could go to the next slide, please. Very quickly, I'm going to just provide a little bit of background on our company, the process of permitting solar project, which I know you all are quite familiar with, so I'll be brief there, as well as just a little bit more detail on the diligence and the design of this particular project. Next slide, please. And then after that, my co-founding partner, Richard, who's here with me tonight, we both formed Commonwealth Energy Partners and CEP Solar after having built probably more than 50 renewable energy projects across the U.S., from New York to Texas to the West Coast, and North Carolina, and of course here in Virginia as well. We, with our families living down the road in Richmond, we really want to be focused on Virginia, making sure that this market is developed in the right way, responsibly, and we're able to do this in a good manner that's going to be sustainable and really meet the standards of the county. Again, applaud you all, the fact that we've been engaged with you since before May of last year when the solar ordinance was passed. We were one of the applicants to come in after that ordinance was established. I hope this is a case of last but not least, where we know that we're the last public hearing and the last project now to be presented to you tonight. So you've been able to receive much of the information, and our intent is to be good partners with Caroline County going forward. We can go to the next slide, please. Again, as I mentioned at the outset, a bit of a unique situation because the property owner, in this case, is also the owner of the project development itself, with their time and resources going into this. And we are providing our services as their partner and agent to conduct the studies with the electric utilities, the engineers. We do have with us also a principal from Timmons Engineering tonight, who can speak to any questions around engineering questions or concerns. But we want to just make sure that we were bringing our team and available to answer questions really on behalf of the landowner and negotiating this project through the permitting process. If we can go to the next slide, next section. I think as everyone understands through the projects that have preceded this one, that there are really 3 primary layers to permitting any solar project within Virginia. This being the local land use process, after which the state permitting process would need to occur with an application submitted to DEQ, and when necessary, the federal permitting. But in this case, we've cited this project to avoid and minimize impacts to wetlands, as well as to any sensitive species or habitat, as we'll detail in the site plan itself. But this project, being a minor solar facility, it still will need to go through the DEQ permitting process at the state level when concluding the county permitting process. Next slide, please. Our process always begins with reviewing the county GIS and comprehensive plan information, understanding what are the long-term plans for the county, the zoning, it's understood. I do acknowledge and recognize the fact that this project is sited within a 100-year floodplain. That's not unique to solar projects. My partner, for instance, he has built projects in 100-year floodplains as well. We look at this as the solar energy overlay zone, the floodplain, which is something that there are other commercial and industrial uses that have been permitted and are operating in Caroline County within that area, and how this can be done responsibly when following the codes and standards for such operations. If we could, we'll go to the next slide. Just quickly highlight with the star that's in the upper right-hand corner, the fact that this project is cited within the solar energy overlay district, and again, would be connected into one of the local distribution lines. Next slide. I'm going to spend just a moment on this slide so we have the chance to digest some of the details here. The site plan that's shown to the left, this is kind of capturing the fact that it's approximately 340 acres in total. Of that, about 59 to 60 acres would be utilized for the solar panels themselves. That's representing about 17 to 18% of the property. That's leaving us with more than 80% of the property that's left preserved for other uses and the habitat that is already there. This property is adjacent to the Mattaponi River, as was noted, but you can see the distances from the river, which forms the northern boundary of this property. The closest point from the river to the panels is in one case where it's slightly below 500 feet, but as you can see, the vast majority of it is a much greater distance than that. This project also is unique in the sense that it is set off from Woodford Road. The project would not be visible. It's completely surrounded by existing vegetation. And so once it's up and operating, it will not be seen and it will not be heard while operating, but it will be able to deliver approximately 2,000 homes worth of electricity to the local grid, and it will generate about 5 times the current tax revenue from this particular parcel. If we could go to the next slide, please. This just highlights quickly like our efforts to reach out to neighbors, make them aware of the project, our efforts to design it responsibly and answer some questions through FAQ. We were pleased to get to have the opportunity to speak with some folks. Some I think you will hear from tonight that we were able to talk to directly. Others we were able to provide our business cards and information and just make ourselves available. But most importantly, to be able to sit down with some neighbors and get their input on the design of the project, which I'd like to go to the next slide and just highlight the results of those conversations, leading to, as Mr. Fincham had noted, a change in the design from the original facility, most notably removing the panels from the portion that's most close to Woodford Road, so that now the closest panels to the road would be more than half a mile away. The other main consideration being taking the fencing for the facility and making sure that they're concentrated just around what we would consider the arrays or the pods of solar panels to make sure that there are corridors there for the continued use and movement of wildlife through the area. Those are the two main factors, and again, just welcome folks' input into that design. So that's the revised plan that is a part of this amended application before you tonight. Next slide, please. This is just to take it down to ground level so you can see really from the vantage point of Woodford Road. The first picture there on the top right, looking into the project area, there are existing timber roads because this is a currently commercial timber property site. So we'll be able to utilize those roads, but the portions of vegetation close to Woodford and elsewhere will certainly keep this project from being visible. And as you look in the second photo up to the northeast along Woodford Road, you can see just the density of the vegetation. Next slide, please. And again, wanting to just highlight for a moment again, the fact that these projects can coexist and be operated responsibly and safely in floodplain areas. We know that that takes special design considerations. These two photos here are just evidence of that on existing projects. Again, the one in the upper left that my partner was involved in the construction, the ability to simply lift these panels up slightly higher above the ground to accommodate the necessary clearance for flooding, and again, allowing the water to flow and discharge through the site. And then also the picture below, the inverters that would be contained within the interior of the project, and they're on these skids that are able to be elevated up above the ground. The ordinance, again, it has very clear criteria where the facilities cannot exceed 15 feet in height. And so we're able to adjust these pieces of equipment to accommodate the need to have ground clearance in areas for the water to be able to clear in the rare event in a 100-year floodplain that were to occur. All right, decking the lights. And then just quickly, last slide to wrap it up for you. Again, consistent with some of the other projects that have been approved, again, as a minor solar facility, this would really only take 6 to 9 months, most likely less than that, because it will not require a new substation to be built. It will intertie directly into REC's lower voltage distribution lines. It will still be monitored 24/7 and 365. We'll have consistent and routine maintenance done and visits to the site. And the decommissioning as required by the ordinance, that'll have the financial security posted so that is ensured to be accomplished and the site restored to its prior use. Effectively, solar is one way of being able to look at a timber property like this, where those trees taking 30 to 40 years to grow to maturity. This is an opportunity to utilize solar here for one really cycle of the timber management that the landowners have conducted here. So again, I do appreciate your time and the patience. I know this has been a long process, but we just appreciate your attention and can answer any questions.
Okay. Let me open up the public hearing for the audience, and then I'll have you come back and I'm sure you have questions. I'm sure we'll have questions at that time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. The public hearing is now open for special exception 16-2021 and special exception 17-2021 Pruitt Properties Incorporated owner / Woodford Solar LLC applicant. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Please come forward, state your name, your magisterial district, and you'll have 3 minutes to.
I think it's 6. Is it 6 if we're hearing both of them?
Yeah. You're going to talk about both, okay?
What?
You're going to.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but are we hearing both together?
You're correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. My name's Faith McFadden. Good evening. I'm in the Mattaponi district. I've clarified that since I spoke before you last. I'm here to respectfully ask that you deny this exemption. I do not think we should make exceptions to allow utility scale solar projects within areas identified within a 100-year floodplain. While raising the arrays might keep them out of potential floodwaters, it does not negate the fact that they are impermeable surfaces or the risk that stormwater runoff pose. I have serious concerns about this project being exempt from the most recent DEQ stormwater guidance and House Bill 202 since they have applied for interconnection already. I also don't think public notification requirements were followed for the Planning Commission public hearing for the floodplain special exemption. I'm not sure how specs 1221, which is actually the floodplain exception for another project on your agenda tonight, ended up becoming the original specs for the original special exemption permit, for Woodford, which then later became spec 1621 and spec 1721. But regardless, both of those floodplain exceptions were submitted only 13 days prior to the public hearing. Specifically, specs 1221 and spec 1621 were submitted Friday, December 3rd for the land use application, and the public hearing was held 13 days later on December 16th. CEP Solar has provided no compelling argument for this project. They overstate the benefits to the county and the jobs that will be created. The tax dollars are frankly unimpressive when broken up over the project's 40-year lifespan, and as we've seen with other projects, the construction jobs will be temporary and outsourced. Adjoining and neighboring property owners have come together to sign a wedding petition against the project, making it clear the project is not in line with what the residents want. Given this and the additional risk with the 100-year floodplain, I can find no justifiable reason to allow this project to proceed. I'd also like to add the PowerPoint you saw a few minutes ago that had the letter that went out. I have a copy if you'd like to see the actual letter. The map was blank. It wasn't up there like you saw in your presentation. I'm also curious for the residents they spoke to, how many of them owned land in Caroline versus lived in Caroline? I'm not sure where the folks here tonight from Maryland, Richmond, and elsewhere think their food comes from or the timber to build their homes and offices come from. So I'm not surprised they have no problem destroying our lands and moving on to another project. If we do not protect the valuable agricultural, rural, and forest resources that bless our county, they'll be gone. What will happen when managed timber crops are removed for 40 plus years? They talk a lot about reducing CO2 through these massive solar arrays. What about the CO2 removal that our forest lands are already accomplishing? If you think trees are impressive CO2 removers, take a look at what forested wetlands can do. They're exceptional storers of CO2 until you disturb them, that is. A gentleman that spoke for another project several months ago called Carolina slow growing county. I personally am really proud to live in a slow growing county. I think responsible growth is what has kept us from becoming another Massaponics. It's what keeps residents here and draws new residents to our county. We're very blessed in the resources that we have, especially now when so much is uncertain in our world. And I think we need to do all that we can to protect these resources and ensure they're available for our residents and future generations. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you, and you still have a few minutes left. Thank you.
I have much to add. I think the rest of the folks here will cover it this evening for you.
Thank you, Ms. McFadden.
Said Manapanan.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
I want to commend you for the decision that you made at the last meeting to deny the resource project. But, Race People Port Royal District. As you're aware, I'm the father of 5 children, and there comes a time, they come to you, they can ask for anything. And the same thing with these solar projects. They ask for exemptions for this, exemptions for that. But there comes a time when you have to say, not anymore, or not in Caroline County. You have to take into consideration the Planning Commission has spent hours and hours to deliberating, coming up with a recommendation of denial, as well as the citizens of Caroline County are recommending denial, denial, denial. And I'll recommend the same thing. Anything dealing with the takeover of agricultural land has got to be denied and preserve this. I don't want Caroline County becoming another Spotsylvania. They're putting condominiums in every little nook and nanny up there. Ridiculous. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And your name was? Ray. He didn't say it though. I just wanted to camera. He just said, thank you, Mr. Sheba.
Okay.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir. My name
Good evening.
is David Breeden. I'm in the Port Royal District. I live on Woodford Road, directly across the river from the project. I will say that I was never contacted to ask what I thought about the project. Just put that right out there. I'd like to start out by saying I have 2 words for you. And those 2 words aren't made in America. They're Mattaponi River. The Mattaponi River is a full of fish and game, and it flows down into the Chesapeake Bay, which is another 2 words, the Chesapeake Bay, which for years we've been told we had to preserve the Chesapeake Bay and not let contaminants get into it. And I agree with that. I've got 2 more words for you, floodplain. 100-year or not, it's a floodplain. My job when I was in the United States Navy, and by the way, thank you all for observing the Veterans Today. I appreciate that, I really do. But my job while I was in the United States Navy was to work on electronic equipment. And I can verify wholeheartedly that electronic equipment and water do not mix well. 2 more words for you, ground contamination. Again, 100-year floodplain, ground contamination, when those waters will get up there. They will get up there. Just a year ago, they were almost up there, all the way up Woodford Road to the driveway of where they're going in at. All these things I want to tell you because agricultural preservation were another 2 words that you touted today with the video, and I applaud that. But we need to keep Caroline County rural. It is a final jewel in this location, believe it or not. Spotsylvania is becoming Stafford. Stafford's becoming Woodbridge. Woodbridge is becoming Alexandria. Alexandria is becoming Washington. Henrico is becoming Richmond. And they're all coming this way. And we need to stop them at this line. I thank you for your time, and I would ask you to deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Wesley Rose, and I live in Mr. Seeley's district, which I still don't know what the name of the district is. I'm sorry, guys.
Bowling Green District.
Oh, okay, great. Excellent. Dear board members, the planning committee has recommended you deny the special request for the minor Woodford solar project. And I hope you value their input as much as we do, as they're our officials as well. This is a quote from Caroline County's Director of Planning in the Freelance Star. Mike Fincham, Caroline County's Director of Planning, stated in an email that the Woodford solar project goes to public hearing November 10th, today. And a decision on the latter solar project, which has already had a public hearing, rests with the county supervisors. Fincham added that pending changes to Virginia's DEQ stormwater regulations, they are important considerations to the leaders of Caroline County. And I quote Mr. Fincham here, so much so that the board is considering revocation of the previously approved solar regulations for both major and minor projects until any modifications at the state level are finalized, Mr. Fincham wrote. I'm sorry if I'm showing your cards, but for any surrounding properties or any projects remaining, I ask you to please revisit your decisions. Please deny the Woodford project. My family's land is on the other side of the Mattaponi, and I know from hunting, from walking, from trying to build a house there myself, it rises so high that you lose Woodford Road. It'd be crazy to think that the water is not going to get to the place where people think it won't get for another 100 years, because the frequency is more frequent than that. 100-year floodplain is a category. It doesn't mean it's every 100 years. It's just a category. So for any surrounding properties of the Woodford solar project, such as the neighboring property that belongs to my family, the landowners would also be guaranteed to have erosion, which can lead to a host of other issues. If you've ever driven down Roselle recently in Woodford, you can tell that whoever did the driveway there, they missed some steps, and every week someone's going out there with a bulldozer pushing the driveway back in because our soil runs. It's sandy, it moves, it's not stable. I believe in land rights, and I know that they are important. However, in the decision of leasing land or permitting these companies to make use of land for solar farms, the side effects unfortunately also impact the community surrounding the projects. And for further evidence and research, please read the articles and graphics myself and my friends have published on our Facebook page entitled Keep Caroline Solar Free. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I really appreciate everything you guys do for our community. You have very hard jobs and often thankless. And I just want to thank you for whatever decision you do make, for the hard work you guys put in.
Wesley, before you go, it was Rose, R-O-S-E.
Yes, like the flower. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman
Good evening.
Underwood and fellow board members. Mary Hodge, Bowling Green District. Before I begin my comments, and I'm glad we have 6 minutes, I didn't know that. I would like to preface with an incorrect statement made by Mr. Utt about the visibility of the new design of the solar project. And it in fact will be visible from Woodford Road because the Broadway property was recently timbered, and you can see all the way back to the line of the property. And on the plan, the panels come right up to the property line. So yes, it will be visible from Woodford Road. And I am here representing my local Woodford and South River Road neighbors to respectfully ask that you not approve Woodford Solar, sited on 348 acres in the 100-year floodplain of the Mattaponi River. Similar to the Native American peoples who once inhabited this area, we hold this wild and beautiful place sacred and respected. Unlike the application, which utilizes outdated GIS data, I lived here and walked over most of the territory in these low grounds for the past 30 years. The Mattaponi is a unique river as it lies within an extremely broad floodplain. When it rains, the water slowly rises and the land acts as a giant sponge, filtering and depositing sediments, and then slowly subsides. That is why when we get significant rain events, Woodford Road floods and is underwater for several days, once or twice a year. My home is within sight of this property, and the same flood line is right behind my house. I can't step foot in my woods for 6 months of the year as the water level comes that high from spring through fall. It is underwater and full of silt and quicksand. Now, we will be discussing Chesapeake Bay protections tonight. What do you suppose will happen if that land clearing takes place? Topsoil, all the topsoil is removed as would be necessary for said construction. All that fragile, sandy, silty soil will turn into mud and muck. Then comes along some huge, several hundred-year rainstorm events, such as what took place this year in Buckingham and Wytheville, where Energex got their DEQ violations, and all that silt and sediment will flow right into our pristine Mattaponi River, then Chesapeake Bay. This isn't even taking into account the preposterous plan to elevate the panels and inverters 9 feet above ground level to an elevation exceeding the 15-foot stipulation in the ordinance. Then, too, will the stanchions require an industrial-grade foundation? And can you visualize what the land will look like when the river floods and all the debris piles up against the chain link fence in the middle of the woods? What a disaster you will have created. I couldn't believe it when I reviewed the application and saw the condition for soil testing for cadmium and heavy metals inserted. I know that CEP or whoever is building this project must have an agreement to purchase and install the toxic cadmium telluride panels from First Solar, I assume. We have been through this already in our county. The use of these panels are banned in 4 Virginia counties and 3 other Caroline County solar applications. However, now the conditions change when you are planning on threatening our shallow water supply by using these hazardous materials. Please tell me you are going to demand a prepaid recycling contract at end of use. The Pruitt property is all wooded. The former fields have been entered into a pine program. I see Mr. Utt is pitching a similar solar project in Fluvanna County on another tract of land currently in timber. But don't worry, it will be hidden from view, he says, but it will still be there, and removing another 350 acres out of forest production. Please don't let him pull the wool over your eyes. The Planning Commission wisely took into consideration that our petition of 20 immediate local signatures were were in the local area and voted in accordance with us, your citizens, as we ask you tonight to deny Woodford Solar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hodges.
Good evening. How are you all
Good evening.
tonight?
Fine, sir.
My name's Nathan Sullivan. I live in the Port Royal District. Thank you to all of you for hearing our concerns and thoughts. I don't see any benefit to the citizens of Caroline County in changing the standing Chesapeake Bay watershed regulations. If this project filled the need of our county residents, I could maybe see it. As it is, solar projects are going to be an added tax burden to all residents at a time we can't really afford more cost to transition to green energy. I do see a potential environmental threat if a real flood were to occur and do devastating damage to the solar facility and panels. When it floods, it's not just water that comes down the river. It's limbs, logs, and debris that take out anything in their path. It's just not a good plan to build in the floodplain. I hope you see the flaw in this plan and vote no to the regulation change and the industrial solar plants being built in the floodplain and in Caroline County in general. Thank you for all your time and deliberation on these solar projects. It is appreciated, and
Thank
we
you.
thank all of you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak during public comment?
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
My name is Carrie Gonzalez. I am in the Port Royal District. I live and own land in Woodford. I am here this evening to share a few thoughts with you in support of the Woodford Solar Project, not far from where my family and I live. First, as a mother of Caroline County Public School students, it is very clear that the county needs new ways to gain tax revenue without raising taxes on residents in this inflationary economy. Solar projects provide valuable tax dollars to the county without causing a strain on public services. To me, this is a no-brainer. I also believe in landowners' rights to use his or her land on how they see fit, as long as they are respectful of neighbors. Solar projects make phenomenal neighbors, and the ordinance the county has adopted ensures this. Once constructed, solar panels sit quietly in a meadow, producing clean electricity from the sun. Projects in Caroline are required to be shielded from view from the property line, as you guys saw in the plans that CEP put up. You will be hard pressed to find a better neighbor than that. I would also like to highlight the economics surrounding this and other projects. Yes, landowners will receive lease income by renting their land, but companies are often offered contracts to help in the construction and long-term maintenance of solar projects. I want to reiterate that I am here in support of this project. I think solar projects are a good tax revenue. I think it would be good for our county. I think CEP has done a great job in modifying their plan and ensuring that the waterways and that it won't be visible. And in my experience, I have a lot of experience with solar farms, and once built, they are a good neighbor. They're not super visible. There's a vegetative screen that is often put up so you can't see them. So I would like to thank you for your time, and I encourage your support of the Woodford Solar Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Skylar Zunk. I'm here speaking on behalf of Energy Right. Would like to share a couple of updates with you. As many of you probably know, Governor Youngkin announced his energy plan just early last month, laying out an all of the above energy strategy to allow room for clean energy projects to come forward in a cost-effective, market-driven manner. Energy Right provided input to the governor and his energy plan, supporting smart ways to address solar energy and other clean energy uses. I'm also excited to continue some of this work on the governor's Virginia Solar Energy Development and Storage Authority is one of his recent appointments to that board. I want to talk tonight about property rights. I've said it before, and I'm going to be brief, and I'm not going to qualify it with I support property rights, but, or I support property rights. However, I think we all should recognize that property rights are incredibly important. Landowners who call Caroline County home have the opportunity to farm if they so choose. They have the opportunity to grow crops or grow a timber crop. They have the opportunity to do nothing. They have the opportunity to recreate. That is their choice. Folks should get a fair shake when they want to put a portion of their land into a solar project to produce clean energy for the grid. The other issues that typically come up, visibility from roadways, visibility from neighbors, I think the ordinance has addressed that, and certainly the special exception permit should meet those ends. These things are safe, they're well vetted, they're proven. That's why they're used by our military. That's why people put them on their own roofs. That's why they're powering the space station as we speak. This is new technology to rural Virginia, but this is tested technology that's proven its effectiveness at powering our grid right now. I have a letter. I've shared another version of this with you all, with 14 folks from Caroline County signing onto this. It's been a privilege to engage with many of these folks, to teach them, sometimes for the first time, about the true facts surrounding solar energy development. I'll leave a few of these letters with Mr. Fincham if you all would like to take a look at them. Again, thanks for hearing us out tonight. We're with Energy Right. If we can do anything to help the county in this process, we are excited to do so. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Zonk.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
Chairman, Ira North, Port Royal District. Just wanted to speak my opposition again against this particular project. Obviously, everybody's already talked about the floodplain and the river and all that, so I don't want to talk about that. And I do want to acknowledge, I think Mr. Zonk's the only person that's only here for pro solar all the time. There's a solar hearing, but otherwise no one else ever comes for pro solar unless it's for their particular project, because they don't really believe in solar. They just believe in putting that green in their back pocket. And all of us that are opposed to the solar come for every single hearing because we really are anti-solar plant. With that said, I'm not anti-solar, and I am a believer, and you should be able to do whatever you want to do on your property. I'm just anti-solar power plant on my farmland and adjacent to my farmland, and I'm pro-farm and pro-timber, and the buffer on this project, it just goes to show how they know their property. They don't know it because it's been gone since August. Mr. Broadway timbered his property along Woodford Road in August, so September, October. I guess some of these guys have driven by there and seen that their buffer that they just showed you up there is gone. You can see a half mile across there, and you'll be able to see the solar array. So they don't even know the property that they're trying to put the solar panels on. So that's just one of the things. I'm pro solar on your roof. I'm pro solar in your backyard. I'm pro solar in your backfield for your house. But I'm not pro building a rooftop over top of a crop field or an area that's been timbered and had the timber harvested off of it. I don't think that's a good idea for anybody. It's not really proven. And what is proven is if they're going to put 100 acres of panels up on that property, it's going to take about 6 to 10 rail cars of coal off the rails, going to the coal-fired power plants, which the government has put huge mandates on to clean up coal. Coal's clean now. It's getting cleaner, and they've invested millions and billions of dollars in doing that. And they're looking at deforesting 100+ acres to put panels on to remove a very small amount of coal or other means off the rails for the year. And I want to thank you guys for standing up for the county and standing up for your constituency, who obviously is anti-solar power plant. And thank you for showing that video, because I think that was a good opener actually tonight for this. And Caroline County is beautiful. It is a jewel. It is rare for this area, and I think we need to keep it that way. And I'd ask you to deny this application tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. North. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, the public hearing on special exception 16-2021, special exception 17-2021 Pruitt Properties is now closed. Mr. Forehand, I'll start with you. You have any questions for Mr. Fincham or for the applicant?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Black.
I do not.
Mr. Black, you have none. Mr. Seeley. Should I skip you?
I'll be glad to start with my questions, and you can jump anytime you'd like.
Okay. Excuse me. Yes.
Just sorry, before we get started, the applicant has
closing
10 minutes of
close,
response period.
I thought we would.
Usually after the public comment, they can do their response, and then we do Q&A.
Okay. Thanks for clarification. Mr. Do you have a 10-minute rebuttal, if so, based on public comment?
Thank you. Certainly not 10 minutes, sir. But,
That's all right. You have 10.
Just a few things. I think that what's most important is first to just acknowledge the fact we understand there are concerns, and we really do want to do our best to try and answer those and make ourselves available to do so. I think it's also important to, again, point back to the fact that the county, having worked through the process of multiple projects, has developed a very thorough set of conditions that I think do address many of the concerns we've heard tonight, whether it be from the stormwater considerations to the setbacks, et cetera. We are aware of the adjacent parcel, Mr. Broadway's, that was timbered. Again, one of the conditions and criteria, if there is timbering, then if the project were to become visible, even in the future, we would have an obligation to put new vegetative screening in place to ensure that the visibility remains screened from the public roadway. So I just wanted to clarify that particular point. There are other items and facts that I would be happy to try and talk with folks individually, but I think otherwise, I would just respect their concerns and be happy to answer y'all's questions as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to say for yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Seeley, you want to go ahead and now ask questions?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Mr. Fincham, can you tell me what this would generate in revenue a year, 15 megawatts?
8,000.
How much?
28,000.
28 is what I thought, 28,000. Just making sure my math was right and we all agreed. So just for those that think this is a big revenue source, it's $28,000 a year in revenue from 15 megawatts. So let's just start there. But I want to start with something I read in their material to us, section 2.6, conforming with the comprehensive plan. And the sentence reads, the project aligns to the following pillars of the Caroline County Comprehensive Plan vision statement. And it says, ensures fiscal sound county government. I was a little mystified by that one. And then it has in that same list, historic resource preservation. When you read these to anybody that's listening to these projects, they look at me and go, it does what? I've got another, huh?
Want to respond?
No, it's rhetorical, it's comment.
Okay.
But to the engineering portion of this, we're in a floodplain. I lived, let me be clear so nobody says I didn't tell anybody, I lived about a mile from there for 13 years. I lived at the corner of Woods Lane Road and Monarchy for 13 years. I'm well versed in South River and the Mattaponi River, actually what happens. And directly across from where I lived was this enormous, it looked like it was a basin for stormwater management. It was actually a farm field for many, many years, but the Mattaponi River has become so much more floodplain was needed to absorb the water that came down the river that was abandoned as a farm field. And the only thing between that enormous stormwater management pond, for lack of a better word, and the river are the train tracks. So I have seen the water to the railroad ties in that for many, many months. So to think that we're going to put solar panels in a floodplain, and I'm going to say the same thing that I said to the other applicant during the question and answer section of when you put a flood in that area, the size of the timber that floats down the river is big. When it runs into those panels and they break, all that glass is going to the ground. If we're using the Tolleroy panels,
Calvin tell you right.
Cal's, you're shaking your head no, so they're not going in there. Is that true? So you're not using them. Any panel that goes in there, when the glass gets broken and it's in a floodplain, it's filling up with water. I haven't seen in any of the literature that's been given to us where anything is being engineered for underwater construction and or the cabling for underwater use, because it's going to get that. And I don't know that anybody's going to inspect for that at this point in time, because it's not part of any sort of building code that's going to require you all to do that. That's the problem we've got with the ones in Essex. The building code that, and I talked to a master electrician, the building code that we're actually under is why we see all these fires in Essex at that facility. The last fire was 53 acres and they couldn't get it put out because they couldn't get all the way around to where they needed to be until the fire was already off the property. Now, I know that's not going to happen in a floodplain, but I'm going to go back to, it's a floodplain when that debris stacks up against that fence. That fence is not going to stay under the force of that water. It is going to move. It's going to go away. I haven't heard anybody that wants to work in the floodplain talk about that. And your panels are still going to be above that maximum fence height. They've got to be. You've got to keep them out of the water. I've seen the floodplain measurements that you gave us. I don't know who took those measurements or when, but a lot of the floodplain measurements that I've seen are not very accurate. The water rises higher than we anticipate. It may not stay there for days, it may stay there for hours, but we do get floods that are higher than that. So those are the issues in just dealing with the floodplain and construction. I haven't seen anybody talk about they're going to do, I've seen here, you can build a house in a floodplain. That house has to have an engineered foundation that will withstand water for some period of time and not move. It's part of the building code. The structure has to be out of the floodplain. There are plenty of houses on Woodford Road that were built out of the floodplain that flooded. I used to live down there. I knew some of the folks that had them. It was very sad. They were sold a house that were assured it was out of the floodplain. We as a board looked at new floodplain maps 4 or 5 years ago. I'm still not sure that we're well informed or those measurements are accurate enough for anybody to say, I can build to 7 feet 5 inches and I'm out of the water. I'm not convinced about that at all. I find it interesting that you list a number of companies, Johnson & Johnson, General Motors, Walmart, Capital One, Anheuser-Busch, that's going to buy this power. But the first thing you say to us, it's going to the Rappahannock Electric Cooperative Grid that they're not aware of yet, but they admit that they're probably behind on this. But then you go further down to tell us how the alternative of a connection to the PJM interconnection regional market provides opportunity to sell power to private companies. So with that said, is there really any benefit to anybody in the room for the power? Because by your admission, this is going to other companies that have paid to get green energy that they can't produce. It's got to be done here and it's got to be shipped someplace else with no benefit. Because as you all have said, it's a standalone facility that really doesn't need anybody at it, except to go in once in a while and do some maintenance. That's probably the number 3 question I get is what benefit is it to us? Because I'm back to it's $28,000 in tax revenue from the actual generation of electricity. And I do understand that the real estate taxes are higher. But we're taking farmland out of production, and I listened, as you did too, to a number of places saying, what is the impact to the economy? He's also on the House Bill 206 committee. We sat in the same room for many, many meetings. The forestry department, the ag folks all have a concern is what is the long-term loss, which they can't measure. We all agreed that they couldn't measure that for jobs, for the loss of production of both agricultural crops and timber. There is no way to put a value on that. But I did talk to the forestry department and they did say that de-stumping a forested area takes about 2 years to stabilize soil. You're going to have to cut trees in an area that's already a floodplain. You can't get it stabilized in hopes that it doesn't rain for 2 years. I mean, that's just unrealistic. I have tremendous reservations on actually going in and timbering something that's already in a floodplain and de-stumping it, because to me, that just doesn't make good sense. Yeah, if you want to respond to what, because I'm going down my list of questions. I don't know if you have any responses for those or not. You're welcome to this point.
Mr. You want to respond to those? And yes, I'm sorry. He has some other questions, but if you want to respond to those, that way your memory can serve you.
Right. I can't claim that I've kept track of each question there, Mr. Seeley, but I do acknowledge the fact that we did spend some time together this summer in the 206 group, and clearly, even in a gathering of experts, that we were working through these items, understanding and adapting our regulations to for such instances. I would want to clarify a number of different things just in terms of this property. I think that there's a lot of the concerns being raised general to the fact that the property in of itself, when we need to consider also the design of the facility within the boundaries of this property. Again, 340 acres, of which less than 60 of that are anticipated to be used for the panels. So the areas that would be between the project and the river are quite substantial. I mean, 80% or more of this property is going to be left untouched. And most of that is in the areas between the panels and the river. So I do think that we're taking into account some of those concerns around what's the ability of this land to absorb some of those flood waters. A number of the panels, a sizable portion of them will actually be in the portions of the property that are not in the floodplain. This entire property is not within the floodplain. So it is something that's taken into account in that design. And I just want to reiterate again just how this property, and I understand too, also some of the concerns that were raised around, the aggregate loss of whether it be farmland, timberland, et cetera. I mean, within this property, it's about 17% of it being used for solar panels. For Caroline County, it's less than 0.1%. So there are ways to look at trying to site projects like this. You can't put them everywhere, and there is no perfect site. This property is one that also has electric infrastructure already because of the REC distribution system that is there. And there would be a benefit to the having electricity generated and delivered into the local distribution system. I think we've seen evidence of that very recently with Hurricane Ian in Florida. With those solar projects, there's numerous examples there, withstanding high wind and storm surge events and being able to remain operational. And so I think there's some cases and studies that we're learning, we're seeing the resiliency factors that can be attributed to these projects, but it does come down to the individual design within the property and making sure you do have these substantial buffers. Again, like from Woodford Road or from the river itself, whichever. Go ahead.
I do believe Woodford Road is the highest point between there and the river. There may be some islands of land that are above that on that side of the road, but I can tell you from personal experience what that looks like. And even if the water comes up 5 foot on an 8 foot fence, once the debris is stuck to the fence, the water in and of itself will act as a force that fence cannot withstand. The debris that gets hung up in there and stays there over time becomes our all's, everybody that lives down there's worst nightmare. Because there's nowhere for it to go. You can't, I'll let you answer that.
Well, no, I was only going to remark that I think that debris would need to pass a half mile or more of vegetated retained land before even reaching the project. So it's difficult to imagine that scenario where that debris is coming through clearing a mile of land.
I have fished from that whole section floating. You will not believe what's in the trees and how high up it is stuck. And it didn't get there by any other means than by flood water. And there's a woman in the back of the room that owns a piece of property that they probably can't get to in the floodplain during certain times of the year because the water, my fear is you all have not seen what this looks like when there truly has been a rain event. I don't mean a 100-year flood event. I mean a rain event. Because again, everybody wants to talk about the 100-year floodplain like it only happens once every 100 years. Right. It is an event, and I have seen tropical depressions when I lived down there come through there, and where the water was to the road, I wish I had the pictures. Mm-hmm. It far exceeds in height where you all are going to build.
If I may, sir, respectfully, I would just like to, again, looking at the data, looking at the topography, looking at DEQ standards of being able to build solar panels 1 foot above the base flood elevation on this property, the topography reaches 120 feet. The base flood elevation there on the measured line to 118 feet. There are areas where it will flood, but again, I think I just want to try and keep this into the context of the overall parcel, the amount of land that is there between the panels and the river, and the ability for that to continue to function. No panels are being sited in wetlands, which is the majority of that portion that's buffering the project from the river. And so absolutely, I mean, growing up on the Shenandoah River is slightly different, but it can appreciate certainly the ability of water to move large objects. But again, in this case, I'm just trying to place it in the context of this particular property. You know, again, working with the landowner where this is not a lease of the property. This is, you know, their site, their choice, what they're wanting to do for themselves with this property, and looking at the fact that there are multiple opportunities for development and really needing to find the sites that, again, there is not a perfect opportunity out there, really trying to find where could it be most appropriate. And oftentimes it comes down to finding the particular parcels where you can utilize just the best portions of it for the project, and then leave the portions closer to the rivers or closer to the roadways undeveloped and untouched, so that those areas can continue to function the way that they are.
Do you have a copy of the actual booklet you sent us?
I do.
With you?
I do.
If you look at page 11,
mm-hmm.
and you look at is it page 11? Where's you have questions, right? You have questions? Huh? You have questions? Yeah, page 11's all right. Look at, I don't understand your exhibits that you reference us to, because they don't really don't show us what you claim they do in the paragraphs. And I'm looking for 3.9 in particular. I don't know, I just saw it and oh, there it is on the bottom of page 10. And when you look at what you're calling 3.9, what was there didn't really correlate to anything that.
I don't see a 3.9 reference on page 10, sir.
Page 10, physically sound, as noted in section 2.9, physical alternative.
Okay. What I'd like to say concerning the fiscal responsibility, really what we're trying to highlight here is just the fact that, right, on an annual basis, the dollar amount, I think the way we like to try and think about this is the fact that this is able to take this current property that today is generating a certain amount of tax revenue for the county. The solar project, given the way that it is taxed through the code, is going to increase that by 5-fold. And so fiscal responsibility just comes from the ability to generate additional tax revenue from a parcel that otherwise wouldn't have higher tax revenue without requiring additional services from the county in a budgetary sense. There aren't additional services required for the project to operate. We're able to do that ourselves without putting a burden on the county from a fiscal perspective. That's where the responsibility.
But I mean, we all agree that it's going to bring in $28,000.
Respectfully, over the life of the project.
No. We can't budget over the life of the project. All I can do is budget annually. I know everybody likes to go to the life of what it's going to bring in. we can only budget 1 year at a time. The revenue line for this would be $28,000, and it wouldn't even come to us. It would go to the treasurer, and the commissioner of the revenue would do the tax bill. I mean,
Well, I'd like to correct you if I may on that, sir. Just
Sure.
the fact that that's why the revenue share, I think, is such a good mechanism for the county. Like this project, this isn't going to be taxed through typical M&T tax, where it goes to Richmond, and only a portion of that comes back. Through the rev share, those dollars are able to be more attributed directly to the county. And because it is that prescribed schedule with an escalator on it, the county is able to utilize that for raising bonds. So you're able to use that again physically to apply that capital.
do you know what one fire truck costs?
It's several $100,000.
You're looking at roughly $600,000. So when I look at 28,000 in revenue, and you're talking about actually leveraging that for a bond to go do something, in this world, that isn't even in the realm of possible.
I would like to take time to look at that 20. I think we've focused in on that number perhaps a little bit early. I understand that was quoted here. We could look at that more specifically. I could come back and try and give you an answer in short order here. But collectively, we're talking about property going from roughly $250,000 to $1.5 million. And you're correct. I mean, it's not just the taxes from the project; it's also the increased real estate assessment and revenues generated there as well. So I think we've kind of latched on to a number that I think we would.
And I also want to correct one other thing for some of the other folks that have spoken. We're going from an agricultural use to an industrial use. We have to agree that this is an industrial site. It's not a commercial site. It's not, it is industrial. And I understand everybody's concern when you take the land that's next to them, that's in rural preservation. We all have to understand that and turn that into an industrial use. I get it. I understand what you're saying about it's got to go somewhere, but we're looking at places that never dreamt of industrial property being next door to them. And I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Mr. Thomas, I think you had a couple questions.
Yes, I did. Thank you. Mr. Is the landowner here by any chance?
Yes, sir.
Could I ask him a question?
I would.
How are you today?
Thomas Pruitt. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely.
You timber this land on a regular basis now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When was the last time you cut it?
Michael, do you remember? Maybe 10 years ago? 15 years ago?
And it's about a 20-year cycle, or is it a 30-year cycle?
Depends on who you talk to. 15, 20 to 30.
Okay, so another 5 years, it'll be full grown to what it was before.
Yeah.
And that's what you intend to do with it on a regular basis if this doesn't happen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Never farmed on it before?
It was farmed at one point, yes, sir.
Okay.
We've owned the property for maybe 50, 60 years.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Yes,
That's really what I wanted to know, because it's, no, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, that's fine. It's, I guess the folks in the audience know that this is not really an easy decision for any of us. There are a lot of different factors. Looking at this is not only looking at it today, but looking at it 10 or 20 years down the road, what real benefit is, to the county and to each of us. I do have to disagree with Mr. North in all due respect, because I don't think we're going to coal or work with coal much longer, but that's your opinion. I understand and respect that. We do have to do something in the future. We're going to run out of dead dinosaurs sooner or later. The other reality is, and Mr. Zunk and I agree on this. He's the former Conservatives for Clean Energy, and now he works for the Right Energy. I do agree that property rights are property rights. You get to do what you want with your own property. So somehow we've got to come up with a fair solution for all of us. And that's really the reality, and that's the decision that we all have to wrestle with. So that was my one question I wanted to ask the landowner, and then kind of give a little perspective for the rest of the folks.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Mrs. Long?
Thank you. I certainly do believe in property rights. However, I look out here right now and I see interested citizens. I have a petition with about 14 signatures on it from those who are opposed to the project. And I understand the concerns. None of us know what the future will bring in any aspect of our life. But I do agree that eventually we are going to have other forms of energy. One thing I do want everybody to understand that if this property owner decides they don't want to farm timber or anything else, and they don't want their, they don't get their solar panels, this happens at other properties too. You know, they do have a right to sell it, one house per 25 acres. So you could have put 4 houses back there on property that's not in the floodplain. So don't encourage your development by closing your mind to working together. And I say that only because I have had a couple of phone calls about some people who have said they are for solar, but they don't particularly want to get neighborhood people or the group upset with them. So be kind to one another while you discuss things and read and research. I have some concerns on this project. One, Mr. Fincham, there was a comment made about possibly a mishap in the Planning Commission's public hearing. I want to make sure that didn't happen. Secondly, I do have concerns about the floodplains, although I admire the fact that they have tried to downsize this project and get it as high up as it can be. It's still going to be in a floodplain. But my main concern is we have already sent our ordinance back. We've got new regulations coming down from the state. And I truthfully admire all the work the Planning Commission did on getting an ordinance. I mean, if a law had come down or a movement had come down to say we had to allow it and we had nothing on the books and we had to take solar applications, that may come in the future. We don't know. We would have been without any type of guidelines. So I do appreciate the planning department going forward and the planning commission. But things have changed. We've got new regulations. As soon as we adopted ours, practically, new regulations started coming down. So it's going back. I just feel that we need to wait until we get that piece of legislation sorted out and updated and move with the new changes. Therefore, I would go ahead and move that.
I just have one question for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Before you make the motion.
Yep.
Mr.
Sorry, I just wanted to procedurally put in, if you'll recall, when we've done minor projects previously, where there wasn't a siting agreement. My understanding is right now the parties aren't interested in a siting agreement. I recommend that you waive comp plan review like you did in the past because it's not been addressed elsewhere.
So part of the motion.
Yeah, I would say, I think for ease, maybe just before you make any motion on the application, just make a motion that you're going to waive comp plan review.
Right. Okay. I'll do that after we finish.
After you finish debate. I just wanted to get that out.
I'll come. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Seeley asked a question about the composition of the panel. We talked about the cadmium telluride.
Yes,
what is the composition of? Just so I'm clear.
We do not have a binding agreement with any particular solar panel provider, so we're not tied into one decision or the other. The conditions, they do include the soil testing. We would be amenable if it were to help the board to understand that we could look at other technologies than that cadmium telluride for this particular project. Again, we do believe that it is sound technology. We believe it can be used safely. But if that's something specific to this project that would be important to the board, that's something we could place as a condition and agree to that. because again, that what I've seen in respect Ms. Long in terms of how there has been quite a bit of change since the ordinance was originally passed. I mean, it was only a little over a year ago. Quite a bit has changed. The conditions here have changed tremendous amounts.
Yes.
And there are 9 conditions in here specific to stormwater and ENS for this project. So I think that Caroline County has put itself in a position where it's leading in terms of what those conditions are. And that's why we brought individuals with us tonight who are so directly engaged with DEQ, on those regs being updated. I think that you can look at what the staff has done with their direct dialogue with DEQ to update these conditions, to really anticipate what we do see coming from DEQ with regard to stormwater and any of those concerns. And so whether it be needing to add a condition, that's something that we could be amenable to. And then also just highlighting again the depth and the detail within the conditions that this project has in its application, being the last of the projects to be before you. It's benefited from all the other conditions that have been placed on the projects before.
Then my final question is: you mentioned that in your comments about finding the perfect piece of property or the perfect project. Would you agree that this is not close to a perfect piece of property for a project?
That's a great question, and thank you for asking that. I'd like 2 responses to it.
Okay.
First, between my partner and I who formed this company, again, we've built over 50 renewable projects across the country. Whether it be from New York to Texas to West Coast, et cetera, I've never seen a perfect project. Again, every project has its characteristics. This property is not perfect. What we're attempting to do is take the best elements of this property. Again, of the 340 acres, we're finding the best 60 acres within that for the project itself. And so that's what leads to the setbacks from the roads. That's what leads to the setbacks from the river. That's what leads to really focusing in the areas that have already been farmed, as mentioned, have been used for the commercial timber. Those are the areas. So the property itself definitely has things that need to be addressed and are concerns, but we've done that by siting the solar within the areas of this property that are most suitable. And so that's, again, I would love to see the perfect site. I've never seen it to date. Been doing this 15 years, maybe someday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any other questions from board? So the first thing we need to do is abate the site agreement. Okay. The site. So Chris, just make sure I'm correct. We need to first make sure that we abate the need for the siting agreement.
Well, there's, siting agreements are available for projects of this size, but my understanding from what I've heard is that that hasn't been something that you're interested in negotiating for this project. So absent a siting agreement, we need to waive comp plan review because that is normally addressed in the siting agreement.
Okay.
So if you're not going to do that for this project, you're able to, but if you don't want to, that's also fine.
Right.
You just need to waive comp plan
So
review.
we need a motion first to waive the comp review. All right. So I'll go ahead and make the motion then that we waive the comp review for.
Can I ask one question, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I'll hold the rest of the motion.
If we're going to approve it, we need to do that, correct?
Right.
If we're not going to approve it, do we need to do that?
I don't think you aren't adding the infrastructure, so I don't think so. I think if you're going to make a motion to deny, I don't think you have to waive it. But I didn't want to presume which way you're going to go, so I said waive the review.
Well, there's been no motion to either.
Right, and that's why I said that's procedurally I'd like to see that happen. So I didn't want to make you decide which way you're going to go with your motion before doing it. So my recommendation was waive the review.
This is the compromise we could do is whoever makes a motion to approve would waive the comp plan review. And if they don't make a motion to approve, we don't have to do that.
Sure, that works just fine.
All right. So just so to clarify, Mr. Thomas, again, if there is a person on the board who wishes to approve the projects, to make a motion to approve, you need to include the waive of the comp plan. If you're going to make a motion to deny, then you do not need to do that. Okay. So board members, Mr. Forehand, you okay with that? Okay. Just want to make sure he's in the loop. Mr. Forehand, are you there? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. Clay, did you understand the conversation regarding the need for if there's a motion to approve, then you need to waive the comp plan? And if it's a motion to deny, you do not need to add that as part of the motion.
Yeah.
And do you have any
I
comments?
understand.
Do you have any comments or
We
questions?
discussed that prior.
Okay, yeah, we did. Do you have any questions about, for the applicant or any comments in general?
I do not.
Okay, then I'll take a motion on this project.
Whatever we do, try not to stress them out.
Okay. He sounds pretty laid back.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
for the record, you need a separate motion on
For
each
each one.
application.
Okay. So, then I'll take a motion on special exception 16-2021 Pruitt Properties, Incorporated owner operator Woodford Solar LLC applicant.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
although I have many concerns, and as I said, my comment was not about the comp plan, but was about our solar ordinance that needs to be worked on. I feel very uncomfortable approving anything at this point. I do admire the fact that they have worked this down to only 17% of their property. I think they've really done a good job with that. However, I just don't feel comfortable that we have the county protected enough at this time until the Planning Commission finishes with their review and the state finishes with their recommendations. Therefore, I am going to move that this special exception 16-2021 be denied.
All right, there is a motion that special exception 16-2021 be denied.
Second.
Second by Mr. Seeley. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. The special exception is denied.
You want me to do the second one too?
You can.
Mr. Chairman, I move that special exception 17-2021 Pruitt Properties, Woodford Solar, that this minor solar energy facility request be denied.
Second. All right, there's a proper motion and a second that special exception 17-2021 Pruitt Properties be denied. All in favor, any discussion first? All in favor say aye.
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 All right, it's unanimous, motion carries. Special exception 17-2021 is denied. Next on the agenda is text amendment 02-2022. Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, your next text amendment is an amendment to Article 2 of the zoning ordinance, which is the definitions chapter. And the proposed amendments are to add the definitions for energy storage facilities, energy storage projects, and host locality. These definitions are currently defined in the state code already. But the addition of these in our ordinance really is a defensive mechanism on our part. There have been discussions off and on about battery storage projects in the county, and we've taken the position that they are not permitted either, as a standalone facility or as an accessory use to an existing facility. What we're asking is that you simply add these definitions to the ordinance itself, but we are not adding these as uses to in any of the zoning districts in the county. And we feel that that strengthens our hands in saying no to these types of uses if an applicant came in and tried to propose one, either a standalone or as an accessory to another use. And that's the whole purpose of these amendments.
So we're being proactive in terms of ensuring that we have the proper foundation should a entity try to have a facility of this nature.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And that's the purpose.
That's the whole purpose.
Okay. All right, board members, I think the planning commission has sent it on to us.
Open the public hearing.
What needs to go to public hearing? Oh, this is public. I'm sorry.
His knees getting the best of him.
I'm sorry. All right. I will open up the public hearing for text amendment 02-2022, an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance of Caroline County by amending Article 2 definition and adding definition to energy storage facility, energy storage project, and host locality. This public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Finally, is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, this public hearing is closed.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move the adoption of text 02-2022 for the definitions.
Second.
There's a motion and a proper second that we adopt text amendment 02-2022. Any discussion further? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to sign off. I'm wiped out.
Okay. Take care. Hope you feel better.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Just for the record, Mr. Forehand was attending the meeting via Zoom, and he has now left the meeting. We will continue the meeting with the 5 members who are present here, going forward from agenda items 6 through 11. Agenda item number 6, Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, your next public hearing tonight, TXT 03-2022, is an ordinance to amend the Article 15, Section 4 of the Caroline County zoning ordinance. Article 15 is your supplemental regulations. Section 4 deals with accessory buildings and uses. The proposal is to add subparagraph 6, which would deal, addresses garages on corner lots. The board actually held your first reading on this at your previous meeting. The issue relates to existing R1 parcels of land that are corner lots, and the ability to have a lesser setback for the secondary access to a garage on a corner lot. This was discussed at first reading. Mr. Forehand, I believe, suggested a clarification to ensure that it wasn't on the same frontage as the house itself. We have included that clarification as subparagraph G in the proposed text amendments. And the Planning Commission did forward this to the board with a recommendation of approval.
Thank you, Mr. Fincham. Public hearing for text amendment 03-2022 is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Finally, is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding text amendment 03-2022? An ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance of Caroline County by amending Article 15, supplemental regulations, Section 4.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I'd move for the approval of text. I thought you did. You
I
didn't
don't
close?
think I did.
You didn't close
I
it.
didn't close it yet.
Okay.
Close public hearing.
Public hearing is now closed. All right, Mr. Thomas, I'll take your motion.
I'd move the approval of text amendment 03-2022.
Second.
There's a proper motion and a second that we approve text amendment 03-2022. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show that 5 board members have voted unanimously. Motion carries. Mr. Forehand is no longer present.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to commend the gentleman that brought this to me and has seen this through the whole process. There are 2 or 3 other property owners with the same situation, and he's been very patient. And I think this was a good lesson in local government for an individual that hadn't had any exposure. So I just thank everybody's due diligence in this.
Thank you, Mr. Sealy. Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, members of your board, your next set of public hearings, TXT 04, 05, and 06, 2022, are public hearings for the board's consideration of the revocation in whole or in part of the solar energy overlay, solar energy regulations that the board previously adopted. Under the proposed amendments, TXT 04, 2022 would repeal minor solar energy projects as a permitted use by special exception in the RP zoning district. TXT 05 would repeal the development standards in Article 15 related to the minor solar energy projects. And TXT 06 would repeal the solar energy overlay district for major projects and the development standards that go with that. You also have an alternative proposal in your packet that was prepared by the county attorney who, after the Planning Commission made its recommendations to the board to repeal these regulations in their entirety, the county attorney and I discussed that issue, and there were some concerns raised about how this would affect projects that had been approved. And we want to make sure that we protect the board and the residents of the county, and that approved projects don't have grounds to come back and say, well, we're not, we're now a non-conforming use, which is what the effect of the regulations would do. We're not subject to any of these other regulations. So you have the alternative that is suggested by the county attorney that would selectively repeal certain provisions within these ordinances, but would keep the ones intact, such as decommissioning and the development standards, to make sure that the approved projects had to comply with those standards. And that's the gist of the regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Fincham. All right. Public hearing for text amendment 07, 2022. Excuse me. Public hearing for text amendment 04, 2022. Text amendment 0. Do I need to do them all? Can I do all 3 at the same time since we discussed them? Mr. Finch, I think we can do all 3, right?
You can have the concurrent public hearing. Again, your motion, your vote would have to be individual.
Thank you, sir. I'll now open the public hearing for text amendment 04, 2022, text amendment 05, 2022, and text amendment 06, 2022, which is a reconsideration of the solar ordinance regarding the repealing of minor solar projects and major solar projects in the county. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Public hearing is now open, excuse me. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Good evening again, Chairman Underwood and board members. Mary Hodge, Bowling Green District. And I hope my comments are appropriate for this public hearing. But I just want to say that I'm so grateful to planning and the board for all the immense amount of work it took to create the solar ordinance, but mostly for the ease in repealing this text that allowed 3,500 acres of Caroline County rural farm and forest land to come under threat of development by this inefficient and land damaging corrupt industry. I would like to suggest efforts be put forth to create some form of accessible local news so county residents could be informed of vital current issues. I apologize, I was unaware that an onslaught of solar salespeople unleashed themselves upon our county for several years behind the scenes, which you wisely reined in under the ordinance. I view the May 25, 2021 meeting where Chip Dix and his court spoke in favor of allowing them purchase into our county, and noticed not one citizen at the meeting protesting them. I'm grateful now that we know. I also recall Mr. Seeley asking about the real threat of radio frequency interference and military installations during this meeting due to all the copper wiring running through a solar facility. I heard Mr. Fincham state that he was adding condition 7 under section 23.8 that a radio frequency interference study shall be conducted as a submission requirement for projects within 1 mile of Fort A.P. Hill. However, I don't see this condition in the ordinance when I looked it up. Perhaps I'm mistaken, nor was one conducted for Whalebone Solar's application, and I wonder why not. I do hope by repealing this ordinance, perhaps the veil of secrecy will be lifted and citizen engagement will be welcomed and included should new restrictions be created in the future. I certainly hope our governor will work to repeal the Virginia Clean Energy Act next year and remove us as well from the regional greenhouse gas initiative, so our county will not be subject to any state mandates for solar energy, nor the looming threat of fire-prone and noxious battery storage facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hodges.
Mr.
Is there?
Study was done for A.P. Hill, correct? Yes. Ms. Hodges, there was a study done by A.P. Hill on Whalebone, just so you'll know. No, for Whalebone.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Finally, is there anyone else who'd like to hearing or speak regarding this matter? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Board members, how would you like to proceed regarding text amendments 04, 05, and 06?
How do we address the attorneys?
Yeah, the alternative. How do we do the alternative?
Because that just protects us for what is already approved while we wait direction from the General Assembly and regulation, correct?
That's right. So what the Planning Commission, when you sent this back to the Planning Commission originally, it was before you had approved anything. And the Planning Commission looked at, when it eventually got to the Planning Commission's review, you had approved those couple small projects. And in my opinion, that changes the posture for reviewing an amendment to the ordinance. There certainly is an argument that even if you repealed everything completely, as you originally referred down, they'd be non-conforming and subject to the original language of the ordinance. But I think it's much safer for the county to leave in those provisions that would apply to those projects that have already been approved, which are the development standards and the decommissioning. So in a lot of ways, the effect is similar to what we did with the energy storage. There are terms delineating, how solar would be used, but solar would not be an authorized use any further in the county because of the deletions that are made. And I also think this complies with the notice you did, because all we're doing is deleting fewer provisions than was originally noticed. So if you are interested in that language as opposed to the original, I would just in your motion say we're going to go with the county attorney language from our packet.
All right, let's hang on.
Yeah.
For the record, there's no difference between the county attorney's recommendation and the planning commission's recommendation for TXT 04. That one you can approve as recommended by the commission.
I'll make that motion if that's okay to approve text amendment 0422 as presented.
So there's a motion and a second. So there's a motion and a second that we approve the replication of consideration of solar ordinance 04-2022.
Correct.
And a proper second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, now text amendment 05-2022 then needs the additional county attorney language, correct?
Yes,
The
the
motion is
motion
made.
would be to repeal Article 15, Section 8, Paragraph V, as recommended by those portions recommended by the county attorney.
Did anybody write that down?
I did.
No, I did. All right.
I'll make a motion that we approve TXT 05 and repeal section or is it
Article, I think.
Article 15, Section 8, Paragraph V
As
presented,
proposed by the county attorney.
as proposed by the county attorney.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion has been seconded. There's a proper motion that we repeal text amendment 05-2022 as language per the county attorney. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Text amendment 06-2022.
Would be the same motion.
Same with the same Article 15, Section 8,
This would be Article 15, Section 23.
23, Paragraph what?
Actually, it's multiple. There's no specific paragraph reference as in the previous one.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve TXT 06-2022, Article 15, Section 23,
As
presented as amended by the attorney.
correct.
Second.
All right, there's a motion that we repeal text amendment 06-2022 with the language provided by the county attorney. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Public hearing 07-2022. Mr. Fincham.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, your next set of text amendments, TXT 07, 08, 09, 10, and subdivision ordinance 01-2022, excuse me, are all ordinance amendments related to the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Act. Briefly, we have been working with our friends at DEQ over the course of the last year related to our Chesapeake Bay regulations and changes there too. Collectively, these amendments would address comments Dave raised concerning our adopted ordinance, as well as hopefully change the or relocate the regulations to the appropriate sections of the ordinance. For example, we have a site plan review process. This would incorporate the applicable Chesapeake Bay requirements actually in the site plan review process for ease of reference, so we don't have to go back and forth between different ordinances. Really, these are cleanup in nature. The parking requirements, the site plan requirements, the subdivision ordinance amendments are all intended to address the review comments by DEQ related to our ordinance amendments. The Planning Commission forwarded these with a recommendation of approval to the board. And the board did hold your first reading on these at your last board meeting. And with that, I'll address any questions that you may have.
All right. Yes. All right. So the public hearing regarding text amendment 07-2022, text amendment 08-2022, text amendment 09-2022, text amendment 10-2022, and what's the SO, Mike?
SO, subdivision ordinance.
Subdivision ordinance 01-2022. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who'd like to speak to this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, public hearing is closed. Board, we need to do them one at a time, Mike, correct? What's that?
Spoke to it. I got 15 minutes.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna move the approval of text amendment 07-2022. They're all basically cleanups.
Yep, second.
So there's a motion and proper second that we approve text amendment 07-2022. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Move the approval of text amendment 08-2022.
Second.
There's a motion and proper second that we approve text amendment 08-2022. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Move the approval of text amendment 09-2022.
Second.
There's a proper motion and second that we approve text amendment 09-2022. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Move the approval of text amendment 10-2022.
Second.
There's a motion and proper second that we approve text amendment 10-2022. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Move the approval of subdivision ordinance 01-2022.
Second.
Proper motion and second that we approve subdivision ordinance 01-2022. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And, all right, consideration proposed addition of Article 20, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, there they, I was gonna say, I just saw Mr. Right. I do see him.
19, I believe.
Yeah,
19. Cigarette tax is Article 19, I'm sorry. To Chapter 103, taxation of the Code of Caroline County.
Mr. Chairman, I'll try to make this summary as brief as possible, given the lateness of the hour, but
please.
As you said, the purpose of the public hearing is to consider an ordinance that, if adopted, would create a cigarette tax in Caroline County. And since all localities were authorized to impose the tax by the General Assembly effective July 1st of 21, several of our neighbors have chosen to do that, including King George, Spotsylvania, Stafford, Essex, and Orange County. The tax that you have proposed before you is 2 cents per cigarette or 40 cents per pack of 20 cigarettes. And it would apply only to the sale of cigarettes. It would not apply to any other tobacco-related products. So the way the tax would work is the county would purchase these specialty cigarette stamp rolls from a vendor, and then the commissioner's office would maintain an inventory of the stamps and send stamp ordering information to the wholesalers and distributors that supply the cigarettes to the retailers. And in fact, the commissioner's office has already reached out to the retailers and compiled a list of the wholesalers that supply the cigarettes. We don't envision that the stamps would be sold to individual retailers because they don't have the machinery to affix the stamps to the individual packs. in the county. So the county collects its revenue when the wholesalers buy the stamps from the commissioner's office and not when they're sold at the retail stores. As we've proposed, the ordinance would not take effect until March 1st of 23. That would allow time for the commissioner's office to get ready to do its work, and including purchasing the stamps, or the county purchasing the stamps and getting the notification out to the wholesalers and the retailers to prepare to implement the tax. And we do allow in the ordinance the retailers to sell the unstamped cigarettes for up to 120 days after the implementation of the ordinance. And so that should allow ample time to sell unstamped cigarettes that were purchased in inventory prior to the ordinance going into effect. And after the date, that 120 days after the implementation on March 1st, it would be illegal to sell cigarettes without the county stamp. As we've mentioned before in the discussion, the commissioner's office estimates the revenue to be about $430,000. That does not, again, include the new Sheetz and Ladysmith. It could go down a little bit if people don't want to pay the tax, I suppose, but we feel like that's a pretty solid estimate based on the information that the commissioner's office has collected about the number of cigarettes sold. With that, we'll answer questions. I have Mark Bassoon and David Watson here with me. They actually worked on the ordinance with the county attorney and know the ordinance much better than I do, so we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Board members have any questions? I have a couple, but
Yes, I do. I have. So,
Mr.
We already
Black.
approved the ordinance.
yeah, I just have one, and there's one in here. I've seen the estimates of revenue, but I was just kind of curious. I've seen the thing that says more work possibly for Commissioner Revenue's office. How many more? So we add this tax, and then how many more employees are we going to have to add to implement this?
I'll let Mr. Bassoon address that.
Good evening, board. Initially, we said we were going to be able to handle this when the ordinance was kind of being modeled after Page County, which was a smaller. Research was done with King George. They got burned pretty bad, and then they exercised expanding their ordinance. We kind of took their model thereafter. So we still want to take a stab right now at trying to get it done with no additional staff, work through the process, and then maybe come back to the board at the appropriate time if extra staff is needed for this. So at this time, we still would like to go ahead and take a stab at it without adding any extra staff until needed, if needed. I guess we do have Keystone rollover coming up. We got our regular books to do. We got a lot of stuff going on coming into next year. So we'll try to work with it, but we may have to come back at some point if it warrants us having
So is there thank you. Has there been any research done on, or have you asked any of the other localities that have implemented this, how much staff they have added? Because it sounds like it does sound like it will be quite a bit of work. And, I seen that it's not a windfall, but it is a decent amount of money, but then we don't have the costs associated with it really in there. And so I'd like to know,
Mr. Stamps.
how many, yes, but how many in some of your other localities, how many positions have been added?
We've not researched that. The counties that we researched that did the cigarette stamps on their own, a lot of the counties don't do everything we do. We don't do some things they do. So we didn't really do that study. So I couldn't fairly say that, I know that they had to add staff or not. They did not, but they did add language in the ordinance, which we also added into the ordinance in conjunction with county staff and the attorney, to where we have other departments involved, such as the treasurer's office, sheriff's office, Commonwealth attorney's office. In the event something should go south and we actually have to seize cigarettes, or at that time contraband and different things like that. So if and when something like that should ever happen, there are other departments that can get involved to help enforce. As far as administering it, We just don't know yet what it's really going to entail. So I don't think it would be fair to ask right now for extra staff, but it may be something we have to look at, as we work through it.
So correct me, Mr. Black, I'm sorry.
That's right for now.
So the wholesaler is the person that purchases the stamps from your office. The process of stamping packs and cartons is responsibility of the wholesaler.
Yes, sir.
So at this point, since we are not doing that, our process is to get the stamps into
The distributor's hands.
Distributor's hands.
And that's when the
And
sale
then-
occurs.
That's when the sale occurs.
And that's when the
and
county
then-
gets their money.
And then you're finished with that other than enforcement,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
So what you're saying is you don't know what enforcement will be needed based on infractions.
Yes, and that also extended the changeover time from, I think we originally had 60 or 90 days to the 120 to give the retailers a fair chance to get their product inventory swapped out.
Right, so I guess my question then, since you're going to be purchasing, you're going to put a process in to purchase and give it to the distributor. Why would it not make sense to implement this January 1 and then give them the 100 and so days rather than push back to March and then give 180 days?
David's been talking with some of them a little bit more entailed, and they do have some concerns about getting these stamps ahead of time before the process actually starts. But
I
I'll
understand.
let him detail.
I'll let David expand on it, but he's been contacted by a representative of the Wholesalers Association, and they stress that they really, first of all, once you adopt it, you'll have wholesalers quickly calling to purchase stamps, and we have to do that. It's going to take, there's only a couple of vendors that offer them, but it'll take a little bit of time to make the order.
What's a little bit of time? That's too vague.
I don't know exactly.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But it'll take some time to get the two quotes from the two companies that sell the stamps, produce the stamps, and then and get the word out that this is coming. Here's what you need to do to comply with it. And we just felt like it would be good to err on the side of caution and give people time to prepare for this and not say that they were blindsided by it or not given adequate time to make it happen. Dave, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah. Well, same thing as Alan said. The biggest thing that we were looking at to push it to March was, one, getting the vendor squared away to actually purchase the stamps, deciding who that's going to be. And then it also takes 4 to 6 weeks for them to finish the design and actually print the stamp and get it to us, probably a little bit longer than that. And then on our end, from the commissioner's end, there are more forms than you would imagine that we have to have in place. So we've kind of held off on that until this is going to be signed into effect, if it is going to be signed into effect. So there's a little bit of work on the front end of that before it goes, not to mention the notices that have to go out to the retailers and to the wholesalers. And like Alan said, from what we've heard, the wholesalers like to purchase the stamps in advance. So once the stamps become available, even if the ordinance is not in effect, so they'll be wanting to purchase them and start to stamp those packs even before March 1st if it does go into effect.
But you say it's in effect as of March, then you give an additional 180 days to deplete old inventory. 120 days, excuse me, to deplete old inventory. So there's no level of enforcement until June or July 1, I guess.
Correct.
Is what you're saying. That seems to me.
Trust me, those packs that are in inventory will go quickly when people find out there's a $4 increase. So I don't think 120 days is a long enough or too long.
And remember, we're getting paid when they start buying the stamps,
Right,
not
from
when
the-
they
from
end up
us,
in the
right.
store.
Right.
So if the commissioner's office goes into effect and nobody's buying stamps, we'll know there's something going on. So we should see these distributors buying stamps right away. In that period, that grace period, some of the larger stores that sell a lot of cigarettes will probably run out of their unstamped cigarettes pretty quick, where maybe a mom and pop that doesn't sell as many will need longer to get those out. So you'll have this degree, there'll be a lot of fast moving, just like the gas stations sell a lot of fuel. They're resupplying. Those will end up with our stamps on them pretty quick versus some stores that don't sell a lot.
But they all change the price of gas at the same time.
Right. Well, once the stamped cigarettes go in, yeah, those will go up. But that's for sure.
That'll help
But
mom
remember,
and
we're getting
pop.
paid on the front side. You know,
So we'll get paid
when they
in
buy
March.
a roll
We'll get paid in March or April.
or February. In February, if they come in February, and the distributors, because see, they're going to stamp those stamps with a state stamp and then our local stamp.
So that's fine. So we will realistically have 3 months, April, May, June, in our fiscal year to say we sold this many stamps.
Correct.
And then we could conceivably budget based on that.
Correct.
And maybe decide where some of that money goes.
I'm sorry, I think that's
maybe some of that money goes to law enforcement for, enforcement
some help in
or
enforcement. And we've worked with them. Law enforcement's been involved, and I think went over to King George and that type of thing to find out what they were doing
Or
over
if we
there
need to
for
hire a
enforcement.
person.
So
yeah.
But I don't think you want to get hung up on this 120 days because we'll be selling stamps.
I understand. Just seems like,
trust me,
I'm just not used to taking long periods of time to do things.
I think this is what's worked as these and other localities and regional boards have done the same thing.
All right.
And I just want to add one more thing. The other thing that came up with giving us a little bit of time, January 1's tax day. We got to get through assessing to implement this to implement this and do that and get ready to parallel Keystone and all that stuff. I would need extra staff. I would demand to have another person at that point then, because I just wouldn't. I don't know that I'd be able to keep up.
Demand.
So that's why we kind of pushed it out. Yeah, I would need somebody. I'd need something, whether it be part-time, full-time, or something, because he's going to be used for other parts of the county to help with the Keystone cutover too. So I'd probably losing staff.
Well, so we're gaining revenue anyway.
Yes.
So that's a way to have the position pay for itself. Theoretically.
And some, because I'll tell you, Sheets has been contacting me since probably midsummer. As soon as they got the approval to break ground, they started asking about this. Does Caroline have a cigarette tax? This, and all this stuff. And so I just emailed the lady last Thursday and said, "Hey, November 10th, the board is, putting this forward, public comment and possible vote and all this. If you want to come," she's like, "Just let us know."
So that expedite your ability to implement if you have the proper staff and working through the process. I'm just saying you're probably going to need additional staff. Is my guess. And when you bring new programs on, and there's always enough work for people to do in the office from what I hear. Yeah. So I think we would be prudent to think about bringing a person on who would be there from implementation rather than implementing, than trying to train up a person. I think you would end up saving time and saving money long run, and you would be proactive rather than reactive should something happen.
Yes, and then I wouldn't have to use the word demand.
Right.
But I'm trying to.
Trust me, I felt that.
I'm trying to work with the county.
Well, it's just my thought. I don't know if necessary it would need to be a full-time position if they needs one at all. Because once the stamps are in, it's just going to be selling stamps, just like they sell tags for a car.
And it won't be that you got about 7 distributors. They're not going to be buying stamps every day. I wouldn't recommend hiring anybody at this time. I think David's going to be the key on this for right now, and is already trained up. So we will certainly be back if we feel like we've been overwhelmed and can't keep up. I mean, we will work together to make sure that doesn't happen. But I don't think any of us think
the selling of these stamps to the distributors is going, I mean, they can't buy a few. You're buying a roll. It's
Right,
how
a
many?
bulk, yeah.
Yeah, you mind like
15,000 stamps.
yeah.
So when they buy a roll, they won't be back for a while. So I don't believe
okay.
it's going to be some startup, but I think
one
it'll
last question.
level off.
How much is a pack of cigarettes now? Do we know?
Oh, yeah, we are.
I don't smoke. Who smokes?
Oh, come on, David. You've been doing a little research. How much is it?
Based on my knowledge, I believe it's between $5.50 and $7.50. So you're probably on average about $6 and change.
Let me do this, gentlemen. Let me open up the public hearing.
Can I mention something, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman, first?
Yes, sir.
We met with King George, Mark and his staff and myself, and I don't anticipate asking for any additional staff as far as the sheriff's office goes when it comes to enforcement. I'm hoping that we can utilize our part-time staff that we have now, and it'd be a team effort on the enforcement aspect of it, but we're not looking for a full-time position. King George did get a full-time officer for this, but they actually, yeah, they've got much larger market than we do, but we think we can handle it with part-time staff. So,
Suppose we were saying we were going to put all this revenue into deputy raises.
we'd still use a part-time staff if that's what you, I mean, that's all it was required. No sense to overkill it. So
I didn't catch that at all.
Right.
yeah.
So let me open up the public hearing.
Well,
and
to clarify one thing, sorry. The difference between some of the surrounding localities, especially King George, that makes us a little bit different in the way we drafted the ordinance is that we're not requesting any monthly reports from the retailers, which really is the main part of the work that we're seeing in the other localities. So we're only focusing on getting the reports and numbers from the wholesalers and distributors. So that really cuts down on the working time of it. So like Mr. Cully said, once it starts and gets going, the hardest part's going to be the first couple months, the initial order. And then after that, I foresee it going fairly smoothly from there.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I'd like to open up the public hearing for consideration proposed addition of Article 19 cigarette tax to Chapter 103 taxation of the Code of Caroline County. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Again, is there anyone who'd like to speak regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, public hearing for the consideration proposed addition of Article 19 cigarette tax to Chapter 103 is closed. Board, fellow discussion now working.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I would move that we approve the, I lost my place here, cigarette tax article X19, Chapter 103, taxation of the Code of Caroline County for the cigarette tax as presented.
Second. All right, there's a motion and proper second that we approve the addition of the Article 19 cigarette tax to Chapter 103 taxation of the Code of Caroline County. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Opposed, just make sure there's no opposed.
Yeah. Any opposed?
I'm going to vote no because I was asked by a couple of small businesses to not do it. So
okay.
I'm going to vote no.
All right. So motion carries 4-1 with dissension by Mr. Thomas.
And here's just a Wikipedia fact, is that cigarette butts are the most littered waste item in the world. There are only over 5.6 trillion smoked a year, with an estimated 4.5 trillion becoming litter.
Okay, thank you.
So
go to a traffic light and just look.
Go to Singapore and try that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Long.
They don't allow.
All right, unfinished business is RZ 08-2021, special exception 12-2021, special exception 13-2021, and special exception 14-2021 Pruitt Properties and Monticello Manor Association LLC, Ladder Solar. We don't need to.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is an unfinished business item that it was carried over to tonight's meeting. These 4 zoning applications relate to the Ladder Solar project, which is located off of Industrial Drive, abutting the Milford Industrial Park.
Right.
The 4 requests, RZ 08-2021, would request a rezoning of 78 acres from M1 industrial to rural preservation, as solar energy projects are not a permitted use in the M1 zoning district. Special exception 12-21 is a request, again, to allow a minor solar energy project in an area designated as a 100-year floodplain. Special exception 13-2021 is a request to allow a minor solar energy project within 1/2 mile of a designated growth area. If you will recall, our ordinance does not allow these uses within 1/2 mile of a growth area without specifically having a special exception granted by the Board of Supervisors. And then finally, special exception 14-2021 is for the minor solar energy project itself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fincham. All right, board members.
These are, Mr. Fincham, all individual votes. I guess I should ask the county attorney.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. Because this is in the Mattapanai district, and it's one that I've looked at for quite some time. Actually, when I was a little kid, I knew there was a lot of water back there, but it wasn't supposed to be there. So this is one where I've been very open for solar facilities, and I tried to look at the ones that were owned by the current owner or worked with the current owner, and they had plenty of land to separate it. So this one's got 3 strikes against it. It's in the floodplain, it's near a growth area, and it's a different zoning. So I'm going to move to deny RZ 08-2021.
Second.
All right, so proper motion that we deny RZ 08-2021. Proper second. All in favor, say aye.
Discussion.
In discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to say something.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Black.
On this one, if there's a solar project that I think was, I actually, if it wasn't for the personal issue with CC, I would have voted for it, the CC Solar. And I said I would deny some, and I said I would approve some. I thought the one earlier by cutting down 100 acres of trees wasn't necessarily prudent. This one is right near an industrial area, and if it's my understanding, I'm not sure how many trees will be cut down with this. In addition to that, the floodplain in that area, I believe, goes over into the EM gray area. So I know at VACO we have talked about with solar, trying to get solar into some kind of the brown areas, whatever, former industrial areas that aren't cutting down forestry and so forth. And I think if there's like an area where solar would really definitely fit in Carolina. I know it's in a floodplain, but it's also in a very, very industrial area back there, cement plant. So I'm sure I will lose this vote, but I do think the Planning Commission actually voted to approve this and even some of the members of the Planning Commission that I know haven't been very fond of solar. Actually, I think they approved this on a 5 or 4 to 1 vote. And in reading their remarks, I tended to agree that this would be a place where solar would fit into our county. I said before as well, I do think that solar is coming. It's this alternative. We can put our heads in the sand and say it's not coming, but some form of alternative energy is coming, and we have local control right now. My fear is the state will take that over from us. So for me, I would like to see this approved. Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion to
Deny.
Denied. So we haven't taken the vote yet, but we'll take, okay, that's your comment. Okay. Any other comments from the board members? Hearing no other comments, all in favor of denying text amendment, rezoning 08-2021, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right. Dissension in the ranks, Mr. Black, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mr. Sealer, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Long, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Thomas, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
And I vote aye as well. Motion carries 4-1.
Mr. Chairman, I move to deny special exception 1221.
Second.
All right, there's a motion to deny special exception 12-2021. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, division in the ranks again. Mr. Black, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mr. Black votes nay. Mr. Sealer, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Sealy votes aye. Ms. Long, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Long votes aye. Mr. Thomas, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
And I vote aye as well. Motion carries 4-1.
Mr. Chairman, I move to deny special exception 1321. And if you'd like, you can just say Mr. Black dissents.
I will second.
There's been a motion and proper second that we deny special exception 13-2021. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. This, Mr. Black, how you vote?
Nay.
Motion denied.
Mr.
Motion
Chairman,
is denied.
Mr. Chairman,
But I'm gonna do roll call.
you don't have to.
Just for the record.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
He's the only one that dissents.
But I always do it. I'm just gonna follow the same protocol.
We're just spending more time doing it.
I vote aye.
Okay. Nancy.
Ms. Long, how do you vote?
Should be real mean, say, say nay.
Mr. Tyler?
Vote aye.
And I vote aye as well. Motion carries.
Move to deny special exception 1421.
Second.
There's a motion and proper second that we deny special exception 14-2021. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, there's division. Mr. Black, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mr. Sealer, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mrs. Long, how do you vote?
Nay.
You vote nay, that we shouldn't deny?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, how do you vote?
You voting nay on the minor solar facility after the other things that couldn't do it?
No.
Okay, never mind. I vote
Can't
aye.
quit anyhow.
And I vote aye as well. Motion carries 3-2.
Jump out there all by himself.
All right. Mr. Cully.
Somebody broke the podium.
They did it intentionally. Why do you vote nay?
Where I can see, as always, we've included the status of your capital projects. If you happen to have any questions on that. We need to set, if you can come up with a date for a groundbreaking for the Carmel Church Fire Station.
Tomorrow.
That's not tomorrow in the rain.
Monday.
We need a little time to,
Monday.
get it. Monday was FACO,
No.
so senior staff will be in Richmond.
Did you check?
Joey,
Have they cleared the?
we have cleared,
Yes.
we've cleared the land.
It's cleared.
Do you have a
Rebecca?
preference?
Rebecca? Oh. Well, I'm sorry, Stacy.
It's the pins fell out of it.
The timber has been cleared and has been de-stumped, and they are working on all their ENS control and will be getting ready to start working on their pad site. So within the next few weeks would be the ideal time to get on that site to be able to do a groundbreaking ceremony.
What about the three-phase line? Have we figured that out?
Still working through that.
We got to update.
There's an easement thing too.
That's in closed
session.
What's the weather look like?
For when?
You talking about the next couple of weeks?
I don't know what's out.
I won't be around the week of Thanksgiving. I'll be out of town.
It won't be the week of Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I just
I have to be after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I'm gonna be out of town.
It's 51 degrees next.
Or just
Wish
wait till
you would
January.
hurry up and do it like on Friday or Saturday.
Or just wait till the new year.
If you did it on a Saturday, you may have more folks show up than trying to do it on a weekday.
How about December 3rd?
I'm not.
Oh, not December 3rd. There's
Oh,
too many things that day.
Yeah, and then the 10th is the Bowling Green Christmas Parade, and I don't know.
It's on the 3rd, Jeff.
I've got
Huh?
something
What
that
do we have on the 3rd?
I've got something.
I mean, there's a ton of stuff that I've got, that's already on my calendar.
Oh, okay. I didn't see anything on it.
It gets dark at 5:30 now. Oh, Bowling Green, Kentucky.
No, it's dark at 5.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking when he was saying more people would be here.
Comes to ground.
We are for Thanksgiving.
No, for Christmas.
Oh, Christmas. We get out on that Friday. The Friday. I have to look at the calendar. December. I think
16th is that
we're
Friday.
yeah. Well, yeah. I think we're out starting on the 16th.
Caroline's out on the 19th.
What about the 17th?
Of December.
Yeah,
It just gets colder, but I'm fine.
but you
with that.
gotta give everybody time. I mean, there's stuff.
I'm fine with that.
As long as it's that would have to probably be early in the morning because.
I got something.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm thinking Thanksgiving. Yeah, that's fine.
Footage started by then.
December
17
17th.
December, you around, Mr. Colley?
December 17th.
We'll have probably have the footings started by then.
You have what?
That's too
Footings
late.
will probably be going in by then. You think you can back up a little bit from that? Or Friday?
What's wrong with December 9th?
What's wrong with December 2nd then? Since you got stuff on the 3rd.
What's wrong with December 2nd or 9th?
December 2nd would be better for me than.
All right.
Okay, what time are we gonna do this?
He's gonna.
I do it at 4. It's gonna be dark at 5.
Yeah. Dark, yeah, dark.
4 o'clock on the 9th or on the 2nd?
3:30, December
December 2nd.
3:30.
December 2nd.
That's gonna be pushing it for me. 3:30.
We'll start 4 o'clock. I said 3:30. We'll wait for you.
4.
Yeah.
We want to be ready at 4. So
Yeah.
assemble at 3:30, and we'll take pictures at 4.
December 2nd. 4 o'clock.
It won't take long. Just grab some gold.
Yeah, it's like 30 seconds. Well,
You good, Mr. Colley?
No, I got the next one I got to do.
Mr. Colley, you okay with that?
We're fine with it. We're just writing it down. I was just looking up what, all right. And the other thing is, we've had 5 social service board members that can come at 5 o'clock for a joint meeting on the 13th with the board.
Before our meeting on 13th.
that's
13th
another.
of December.
At 5 o'clock. You'll give us enough.
No.
I didn't think we needed any more than that.
5 o'clock's good, Mr. Colley.
That was good. Wendy had reported back that 5 o'clock was good with 5 of their members.
Okay.
Oh, and now we get closed meeting.
Anything else, Mr. Colley?
No, sir.
Then the sheriff's retirement is on the 15th of December. All right.
Yes. Yeah, it should be an invitation. I think that should be going out soon. Just print it today.
Closed session. All right, thanks to Ms. Cullen. Mr. Black, closed session.
I move that this board convene in closed session meeting pursuant to the consultation with legal counsel and litigation exemptions of section 2.23711A, 8 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding specific legal matters associated with pending and probable solar application, litigation, or legal issues relating to the construction of the Carmel Church Fire Station.
Second.
There's a motion, proper second, to go into closed session. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We are now in closed session. Motion to come out of closed session.
Second. Motion, whatever.
I said, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to come out of closed session.
Second.
Motion and proper second to come out of closed session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Certification, Mr. Black.
I move the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify that to each best of board members' knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and two, only such public business matters were as identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Mr. Black, do you so certify?
Yes.
Second.
Yeah.
Oh, motion, I'm sorry. All, no, we're certified. It's a certification.
The second. This is
Second, now we certify.
All right. Mr. Black, you so certify?
So certified.
Mr.
I
Stevens,
so
you
certify, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Long, you so certify?
Certify.
Mr. I would say Taylor. Mr. Thomas, you so certify?
I so certify.
And I so certify. Closing board comments, Mr. Black?
I have one thing to bring up. Staff, now that we're out of COVID, can we go back to doing the county luncheon for employees?
Or do we want to do something different? Do we want to do department parties or gift cards? What, have you all thought about it, I guess, is what I wanted to know. What are we going to do? We need to do something special for the employees.
I think we were planning, with Pam and I have been talking about doing, trying to get the Christmas luncheon back. So we, thought about who we might get to cater it because the people that have done it have gone.
Carolina Barbecue is now moved, and I'd had some discussions preliminary before.
Right. So yeah, but that's the place we were thinking about.
I was thinking the same thing, and their barbecue's fabulous, and I've actually done it for the football team before, gotten it for them.
So that's who we were going to reach out. But anyway, that's what we were, thinking about doing. I think that's.
Can we just give Charlie and Pam the discretion for that and move on?
I think that's good.
Yeah, let's just.
You got consensus for that? Is that all you need?
Yes.
Okay.
And would you let us know a date as soon as you decide on one?
As soon as we can get confirmation from Bowling Green that we can use town hall.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I think we've reached out, but we maybe.
I'll talk to the mayor tomorrow.
Make sure that he puts in a good word for us.
We're going to be invited, Nancy.
Well, and you got to time it with the barbecue place too.
And usually we try to do it on a
a
Wednesday when the convenience centers are closed, so those folks
get to come.
And there's not a whole lot of Wednesdays because I think the sheriff's thing is anyway. It's a third. Anyway,
It's
we're trying to
Thursday,
figure. We're trying 15, so we're trying to. See, we meet on the 13th for the board meeting, so the 14th is a Wednesday, and the sheriff's thing. So we're trying to figure out, but it may end up being the 14th.
All the same week.
It may be the week following.
Yeah.
All right, work it out. We just wanted to get you consensus.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, so moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.